whatever we do, change comes. It's coming with the implosion of our imperium, and it's coming with the rapid degradation of the ecosystem itself. And there's nothing we can do to stop it. How will we cope with this change? Will we respond rationally? Will we learn to speak to the world with a new humility and recreate structures within our own communities for sustainability? Or will we continue to live in illusion? And in a way, it's a matter of awakening ourselves to our new reality and responding to it.
The argument that I'm making is that when we evaluate tactics, strategies, actions, the question we should ask is, do they create a more horizontal distribution of power or not? Right? Do they equip us for self-determination or not? I don't know if we can save the world. I don't know what's possible. We can't know what the future holds. So we can invest ourselves in acting according to our
consciousness now.
No matter what people call us, what we do.
In such a way that others will feel entirely new. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to the best word show on the internet, my friends and family. It is I, Manny, a.k.a. DeFango, a.k.a. Manuel Chavez the Third, or the Turd, depending on how you know me, or, like how I'm feeling that day. Yeah. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. It's how it goes. It's how it goes. It's how it goes and how it goes. And now, welcome. Yeah, we're doing better. We're doing some good stuff out there. You are now watching Griftcast IRL. This is Griftcast. Time to send me money. welcome to the show. Anyways, we have to obviously do what we need to do here, and you're going to notice that there's some new stuff going on over here on this other one. Why is my comment gone? What is going on? I don't know. All I know is that we've been working pretty hard trying to get the chat shit in order, and we want to see if the new chat thing's actually going to be working. So we set it up so that we can actually feature stuff not only from YouTube, but also comments from Rumble, because we see that we have lots of fans over on the Rumble, and we want to be able to grift on our fans on the Rumble. So we have to be able to utilize the grift effectively. And as you can see, we changed up the chat a little bit, made it a little bigger so those geriatric of us out there can actually read that shit. And yeah, you'll notice that we also have that pop up so we can like highlight people on Rumble if they're making donations and stuff. Pretty fucking cool, if you ask me. Obviously, too, we got a lot of people that followed and shit over the last evening, but we want to make sure that we shout those people out. Like this guy right here, Mr. DJ G Mac, followed over on Twitch. That's right, we have a Twitch. All you got to do is go to griftcast.com to get the link for it, or you can check out another website that we just set up last night. We also had a follow over on Twitch from City Tech Support. Welcome to the Griftcast IRL. We're always looking forward to getting more people on our Twitch, because that's just another avenue of making revenue, if you know what I mean. And then we did have somebody called CK5150 that also followed us over on Twitch. We got to definitely like that person. And on the YouTube side of things, somebody named Delicious Leftist Tears subscribed to the channel. Welcome to that person. We are looking forward to getting money out of your pocket into my pocket. Same goes for you, Mr. Masala. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, and we hope that you enjoy being a member of the Griftcast and you become grifted. And then we actually had an hour ago some fool named Aaron Burwell, who's probably going to end up paying me money someday, which is all right in my book, if you ask me. See, look, we do some pretty cool stuff or whatever. Now, if we could only get follow alerts and Rumble alerts that would actually work for all this stuff, then that would be a lot better. That would be a lot cooler. It'd be a lot cooler if we had the ability to do that. So now, time to go shout out to the folks in the chat. And as always, J.R. Riggs, #1 in the channel, intelligence analyst for the government that tracks me and my movements. Nice to see you, #1, bro, every time. Appreciate you in the greatest. Thanks for watching my back, dog. And Fried Hamsters. I don't know if I've seen this person in the chat before, but welcome. Hopefully you've pulled your credit card out and are ready to be grifted. Thank you. And we also have Johnny Takasaiwa. Yes. He says a lot of filler and nonsense in that article. I say, welcome to the fucking show. I got a grift on that article for like the next fucking 3 hours and shit. So, damn, slow down. Atlas Gaming, aka Sir Gene's gaming channel on YouTube that needs followers. Make sure you click on his name, go follow him, do all that good stuff. Be a nice guy. He was looking for the link to the article because he didn't have the time to go look for it himself. If not, I'll drop a link to his little gaming channel over there so you guys can follow him so you can get monetized faster. Easy peasy peasy. That's a simple grift right there that you can see. And also, good day, mate, to Mr. Iridic Fusion. Iridic Fusion, welcome to the channel, my friend. Thank you for joining us, whoever you are, person. And then we got that dude, Russell Dufresne. Welcome, Russell Dufresne. Welcome, Russell Dufresne. How you doing, dude? We like you. You're a cool guy. You send us lots of money. Definitely a grade A individual. Totally, maybe have never met this guy before, or maybe he's like a super like famous person. I don't think that we'll ever know. Welcome to Miguel H. Thank you for coming on through here or whatever. Appreciate you rolling on through into the channel, bro. Wiley Sal, how you doing? This guy sends us money and shit. Now he says, why is my comment gone? And I'm like, what comment? I don't know what comment you're talking about. But this thing skips comments sometimes or whatever. And I think it has something to do with the YouTube moderation bot or whatever. So I turned off the YouTube moderation bot on the live stream chat to see if we can figure out why see if we can get it to stop doing that. So hopefully you don't have any more of those, but we're probably going to have those anyway. People are going to bitch anyway. Welcome to Doing My Time. Good day. Good day to you, my friend. Good day to you. I like to see you out there too. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you send super chats now. Hi, how's it going to Susu? Ammo, I'm dead. I'm not sure why you're dead, Susu. We just started the show. We kind of need you alive for like the next couple of years or whatever. It's in my best interest to make sure that you live a long, happy life, because then I will be able to make more money off of you. And in turn, it'll be a lot longer till I'm inevitably crying like a little baby and wiping my tears with $100 bills instead of $1 bills. Anyways. Thank you for being here. Who is this? Zero Infinity, everyone. Hello, how's everyone today? Weird way of putting all that stuff together, but I guess that's there. And then we got this guy, Damris, whoever this Damris person is, welcome. And definitely, please send money now. Thank you. So, wow. What have we done over the last little evening? And I think that we've done what we can do, honestly, but obviously we got to be shilling the links and shit like that. But before we do that, it looks like somebody just dropped a super chat, and it's none other than my boy Grifty. Yeah. Please send money now. Oh my God, dude. Like, Grifty is over at work and he's sending me $2. He's like, why's I gotta drop while I'm at work? Hey, man, just be happy you have a job. I'm doing my job right now, allegedly, and I like doing it. So thank you to Grifty for that $2 super chat, starting off the grift train just the way that you're supposed to do it. Just send me money now. Thank you very much. That's the way this show goes. 100% about the money, 20% about the news, 80% about me being a jackass and attempting to do comedy or whatever. Because this is completely improv. This is not how I am at all in any way. Me doing this is me turning it up and trying to actually do something that is literally quite opposite to my reality. So I hope you guys enjoy this shit because it's hilarious. So what up, Grifty? Hopefully you're having a good one. Thanks for being over at work and making money so that you can then in turn redirect it into my, what's it called, bank account. I totally appreciate it. That's exactly the way that I like it. Being able to collect dollars and not even having to leave my house. Honesty is the best policy, folks. It's always been my opinion. Even if they don't want to believe you, be honest. Because if you lie, shit gets worse, bro. The shit gets worse. So now, after we were so sweetly interrupted by our good friend Grifty with that $2 super chat that we love so much, now we can get into some more grifting where we shill our merchandise to you. So if you guys want to check this out, you can head up to griftcast.com and you hit our link tree where you can hit the Stream Dabs donation button so you can donate directly to us. Kind of skip the platform and still get your messages, popping up on the screen in red. We still got Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal for you guys that want to do it a little bit more discreetly and directly outside of the platforms or whatever. We like to have as many options as possible for you guys to send money because we're an equal opportunity grifter. We like all of the money coming into our pockets. We don't care which way it's coming from. It all spends the same, baby. And then, we updated the Griftcast IRL merchandise store again. I know you guys are probably like, damn, dog, you got updates? You got updates? Now, if you go to griftcastirl.com, you will actually be meeting a completely new page where you can watch the YouTube stream, donate, click on all of our social media links, and then you can also get to the merchandise store. And it's all labeled very nicely, griftcastirl.com. Check it out. Buy our shit. get some merch because, I mean, we got some pretty fat merch, dude. Look at them Grift Hard shirts. Don't you want to be out there letting people know that you're grifting hard? And don't worry, ladies, we got the colors that you like or whatever. And remember, it'll pop up on the screen if you buy one, so we could all call you out for being a badass and purchasing our shit. So remember, check that shit out. And as always, the show is sponsored in part by Coffee Brand Coffee, the website that delivers very amazing coffees, teas, cocos, drinks for you. You can even get grinders for your coffee beans. Make sure that you use promo code Griftcast. Wait, that's the wrong one. Make sure you use promo code Griftcast at the checkout so that you can save even more money and help support the channel, because obviously I like money, and the only reason I would even be promoting this product in the first place would be to grift on it. Hell yes. Hell yes. And we're still waiting back on many more sponsors. We did have a 20% coupon till Monday over at truthclothingio.com, but that's no longer going on because today is Monday, so we're not going to be grifting on that. But definitely, if you're looking to get coffees, teas, cocos, and you're trying to get some stuff in before the next big event in your life, or hey, you just like drinking coffee and you need to get a bunch of it, check out Coffee Brand Coffee today. And remember, it is run by King Daddy Grifter himself, Mr. Jeremy from the Quartering. We truly appreciate his grift and allowing us to sell his coffee. It's an amazing experience. It's something that I really like. And I mean, honestly, you guys got to remember, this show is like 10 minutes of grift, like 3 minutes of news, 10 minutes of grift, 3 minutes of news. So, like, it's time to get this started. Let's get the grift going. But I guess I'm going to have to hit you with something that, I got to hit you with something to get your mind working. That's what we got to do. We got to hit them with something to get the minds working. We got to hit them with something to get the brains arranging. And, I am finally seeing the chats coming in from freaking Rumble, and I like that. And doing time, yes, very well, yes. We are going to be doing a grifting class with the $99 special. You can send me $99, and I will start explaining to you that. You can also send me $100, and I would dance for you, but for $100, no less. That's the level that we set. You want to see me dance? It's $100. It's not great dancing, but that's how much it costs. Equal opportunity grifting all night. So yeah, I guess Tim Pool, ELIZA BLEU, this is where we're going to be going with this particular stream today, and covering what the hell's going on with the earthquake that's been happening, because there have been a lot of earthquakes going on in the world, my friends, and it's not just like in the internet or whatever, it's in real life too. Apparently, Turkey is under assault. I mean, there's been so many earthquakes over that side of the world. It's kind of crazy that those people are even having there. They've had 2 7.8 level, basically, earthquakes that have happened in the last couple of hours. Thousands are dead. And, shit's just go real bad, actually. I mean, I don't really understand how we could really put it anywhere else, but, shit's collapsing, bro. This is a castle that collapsed.
Görüyorsunuz depremin nasıl vurduğunu,
depremin
nelere mal olduğunu
collapsed.
Görüyorsunuz Gaziantep Kalesi'ni. İlk kez.
So if you look at that, there used to be a castle there. There's no longer a castle there, but you can see the wall a little bit still. But yeah, you can kind of see it a little bit, like where it used to be, but it's not there anymore. No, sir, it's not there anymore. So I guess that's probably at least a little bit there. Yeah. Shit ain't going well in Turkey, bros. You thought it was going well in Turkey, and no, it is not. There was a tsunami. There's been multiple earthquakes. I mean, they said that there was just another earthquake that just happened not that long ago when I first got up. Like, it's trending right now on the news and whatnot. Like, people are talking about how 11 minutes after the first earthquake, there was another earthquake and another earthquake and another earthquake, and the earthquakes just keep going on. So, That's what's happening right now in Turkey. The literal ground is shaking. And that's a building falling down. Like, the plate's got to be separating or something, as A. Baker says right here. Yeah, I think that we're in for some problems, dude, because a lot of people are dying. There's the castle. So that's what the castle used to look like. This is what the castle looks like now. What it used to look like, you see, it was on top of the thing. It had some wall battlements that, like, you built up that people could sit on. Way up high up there. You can see pretty high. Now, yeah. 2,000-year-old castle destroyed. Yeah. I guess they didn't really think about that back in the day, but still, I guess we could do some pretty good work advocating for local earthquake survivors, dude. We could become an earthquake survivor advocate, and then we could start grifting off of that. I think that could be a pretty good money. That could be pretty good money. That could be pretty good money. So, you know, as we're sitting here going to look at this ELIZA BLEU controversy, just remember that, you know, there's people over in Turkey right now that are having a bad time. Yeah, dude, they're having a bad time. And it's the middle of the winter. Imagine that. The middle of winter. It's the middle of winter. Now, hashtag earthquake survivor. It just kind of seems pretty nuts, dude. Dude, why are these videos so
Watch him!
Yep. JR Riggs. We already sell ponchos, but we need tsunami flotation devices. So, you know, we'll start selling floaties. Buildings are literally just falling down. Buildings are literally just falling down. What the fuck, man? What's up, Gene?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much, dude. What are you doing?
I'm just reading Shane Cashman's article here.
Yes, I did read that as well. I went through it all. I figured I'd look at the earthquake stuff because I hadn't actually seen any of that stuff yet.
That's true.
Looks pretty fucking bad, bro. Yeah, breaking nuclear plant exploded due to earthquake in Turkey. That can't be real, dude.
Wow.
This video was from August 4th, 2020.
This is the U.S. reminding Turkey to get their shit together because we're the boss?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know, dude. What do you mean? What do you say? We got some earthquake machine? I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. It's been used for many times now.
Oh, get the fuck out of here with your earthquake machine. Show me the scientific articles proving the thing exists. Show me a patent.
What do you think HARP does?
Show me the patent, motherfucker. I don't want to hear that shit. Show me the patent.
What do you think? What is
HARP?
HARP? That's for high altitude aerial reconnaissance or whatever, isn't it?
Uh-huh. It's the earthquake machine.
Yeah, right. You're talking about a HARP like that, right? About HARP in Alaska, the research campaign. So, is it on? High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. Which conspiracy theorist did you hear that shit from?
No agenda.
Oh, which guy at No Agenda brought it up?
Well, Adam, obviously.
So Adam Curry believes this.
He's got, I don't know if it's put together anywhere, but there have been a number of instances where countries get hit with earthquakes shortly after a political dispute with the U.S.
Well, that's because we pray
Total
to God,
coincidence.
and God, you know, takes care of it.
Mm-hmm.
God, but you're saying that we have a machine. You're saying we have a machine.
I'm more inclined to believe it's a machine than God.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm more inclined to believe it's God than a machine.
Okay. All right. Well, so you're saying God works for America. Okay.
Yeah, God works for America, and God we trust.
Mhm.
Amen. America, freedom,
Mhm.
Jesus. Three things. America, freedom, Jesus. I'm just fucking around. I don't care. Send me money.
So I got as far as Eliza saying
This
she's
article
not
is a
going to
piece
name
of shit.
the guy.
Well, I'm hearing myself. Hello.
Oh, hold on. Let me. Yeah. 1 sec.
You gotta put on your heads. Are you wearing a? What are you wearing today, Gene?
I'm just wearing a black shirt.
tracksuit?
It's nothing. Yeah.
Oh, so you got the memo?
I got the memo for black.
Yeah, the black memo.
Yeah.
The show is black. My heart is black. My money is green. Pay me.
The show is black.
That was my haiku for you. I just came up with it.
All right.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
Whoa,
better.
dude, he's putting his robot ears. Are those robot ears?
Yeah, those are 8 robot ears, exactly.
Dude, you got little tiny robot ears. I got these big like cups or whatever. That's what I got, but I got to get me some new ones. They made a new one, a new version.
What
So
brand of cups is that?
These are Steel Series.
Gaming headphones?
Really, yeah, they're gaming headphones, but they were like $350.
I like these. I've had these forever. They don't make these anymore.
Those look expensive.
AKG 701s. They're the reference headphones.
Reference headphones?
Yeah, which means they're totally flat. So they don't modify the sound at all. So they're meant for like doing EQ work. So you want a nice, totally flat sound. Oh, I just had a storm alert show up.
Are you gonna die because of the snow or whatever?
Well, no.
Up here, dude.
My where's this damn thing? I can't.
Your
my watch just told me there's a storm alert. Yeah.
You have a watch, huh?
I do have a watch. Do you not wear a watch?
I don't. No, I have a phone. I need a watch.
Okay.
I just look at my phone.
Well, I'm old. I have a watch.
Yeah. You know, I had a watch, and then somebody stole it, and then that kept happening. So I stopped wearing watches, and then they started bringing up.
Yeah, they're like, what kind of girls you bring back home, man?
No, not that one. I mean, I only had a Rolex one time, but like somebody stole that one. Bastards.
Stole your Rolex. That's not good.
They stole my Rolex, bro.
It's not good
I don't have it anymore. It was passed down to me from my grandpa. Those sons of bitches.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the only thing that they had given me. But yeah, somebody jacked it. I don't know. Probably some tweaker or something.
Where'd he get it?
Probably just found it in my room. It was in my drawer.
No, where did he get it?
Oh, I don't know. I think he got it from like a job or something like that because he worked
like a retirement gift, some kind of thing.
Yeah, it was like some kind of retirement gift. It was a gold Rolex. It was nice, but like,
yeah, no shit.
Fucking somebody stole it. So you know, what do I do? Nothing.
Well, and that's the problem with having watches that look expensive.
People steal them.
Because
that's just a problem with having expensive shit.
You can steal a Rolex too, and no one's going to steal that shit.
Yeah, nobody would steal that. But I just don't like wearing a watch. I don't need one.
Yeah.
I just can look at
I don't know. I've always worn a watch. I remember ever since I was a kid.
It's 11:30.
It is 1:31. Yeah. Anyway, so I was saying I got as far as her saying that it's a photographer. She was 15 and she's not going to name who it is.
Yeah, and I was just like trash. That I know. I scanned the whole entire thing already.
Yeah, okay.
I read through. This is the first thing I did when I woke up this morning. I read this article. Okay. Somebody DM'd it to me. So after that, I read the article, set up the stuff to go live, and then I was just like, "Wow, we're gonna have to go back over this line by line because it just kind of seems like exactly what I was gonna say. It's garbage, basically. Like he didn't do himself any service by putting out this fucking article at all. Like honestly, I think it actually makes him look a little bit weak. I mean, I guess you could say it's journalism, maybe he's trying to. Maybe he thinks he's the next Hunter S. Thompson, but I got to remind him that Hunter S. Thompson was a lot cooler than he was, or he is.
I don't think he thinks he's the next Hunter S. Thompson.
No, I mean, look at what he's writing, dude. Look how he's writing.
Yeah,
Look at how he's writing.
Not Hunter S. Thompson, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, he's definitely not the next Hunter S. Thompson, even if he's trying to be. And what is this black and white picture on the farm?
I don't know.
Is that what that is, dude?
Yeah.
In the snow?
Seems like
oh,
it.
yeah.
It is cold
we're being blue. Yeah, it is cold up there. I wouldn't be up there. I mean, it's cold where I'm at right now. I walked outside. There's all kinds of snow and shit.
So, even if what she's saying is actually the case, which is
what does this have
debatable,
to do?
I don't know. It's just the stupid beginning of the story. This has nothing to do with it.
Why is that even in there, Shane Cashman? Like, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?
I don't think that's relevant, dude. I mean, like, if you want to pick on stuff, pick on what he's writing, not the picture.
I'm not picking on the writing. I'm picking on what he's writing right here. Why did on January? What's the doomsday clock got to do with this whole situation?
Yeah, it really doesn't.
I mean, whatever. I guess that I could see where he's going with it here, but it's like, I think, how far did we get before he starts talking about that? Yeah, it was like down here. I mean, he gets pretty far.
Third of the way down.
I'm almost there, I think. Yep, right there.
So here's some stuff that I think is interesting that points to the inconsistencies that she's obviously trying not to admit. When asked, how did you get to LA? She said her dad moved her out there. So was her dad trafficking her?
Exactly.
Because it seems like she wanted to be a star, which a lot of people growing up in the Midwest, literally for the last 50, 60 years, have been moving to Hollywood in hopes of being discovered. How is this different from what she did? Because it sounds exactly the same. So she met somebody when she was 15 who was a photographer, sounds like with a band, who told her, oh, yeah, you look really cute, and there's a bunch of people out in LA that probably would love to take pictures of you. That's not trafficking.
No, that is not. That sounds just like, trying to get hooked up with the modeling gig. That's what that sounds like.
Exactly. That's exactly it. And she said, well, did he have any sexual relations with you before you moved out to LA? She said, no. She moves out to LA, according to this article. Again, her mom says, well, she was going to be turning 18 anyway and going to leave, so we let her go before her birthday. So it sounds like she moved to LA like a month before her 18th birthday. And her dad drove her there. Okay, so far the whole trafficking thing isn't turning out particularly trafficky, if that's a word.
Yeah, it does not seem very trafficky at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. My favorite is a concert out here.
Her dad paid for her apartment. Mm-hmm.
So she obviously had a nice apartment.
Obviously.
Obviously. And then we get a photographer. Can you name him? I can't.
She never names him. She's just some
legal
mysterious
reasons?
Photographer.
What photographer?
And yeah. And it's like legal. Legal? What do you mean legal? Legal that you had accused him and he sued you and he won? Is that the legal reason?
Or you settled with him out of court for some undisclosed amount of money?
But that would at least be better. That would show that he did do something wrong enough to pay her, right?
Mm-hmm. Or she did something wrong enough to pay him.
Right. And that's the thing is like, was she the one that lost that legal case and now can't defame the guy? Because if she now points her finger at this guy who in court was proved never to have done anything illegal, then she would be on the hook as the person defaming him for legal repercussions.
That's true.
That is a very distinct possibility. So, okay, some of this stuff also makes no sense. So Shane asks, okay, to continue the story. So she ended up, through this photographer, being introduced to a musician who also goes nameless. And then Shane says, so is the photographer and the musician, were they together? And she says, do you think I know if they were together? And Shane's like, well, this is why I'm asking. She says, within 48 hours of coming to LA, she was introduced to this musician who she recognized. And now this would be, let's think back. What year was she born? 82?
81.
81. Okay, 81 plus 18. I guess technically maybe 17, almost 18. So that would be 2000.
98,
What?
99, 2000.
Yeah.
It would be
Yeah. So 99 probably. 99 time frame. She was, okay, so this happened in West Hollywood. Yeah. Mm-hmm. She went over to the musician's place. Okay, so she just moved to LA. Within 48 hours of getting there, she's going to some musician's house, apartment, whatever. To hang out and have some beer. Okay, illegal. Minor.
Legal, but not out of the ordinary for
What I'm trying
time.
to establish her mindset. Her mindset is
illegal.
She's underage. She just moved out to LA to try and become a star. And within 48 hours, like she barely has time to unpack, if at all. Within 48 hours, she's a party, or not even a party. She is going to some dude's house and is talking about drinking alcohol at his house.
And smoking crystal meth.
Under 21. Yeah, handed her some smoke. Called it some ice or glass meth or something.
This is that right there.
Yeah. Okay, so far the only person I see trafficking anybody is her. Trafficking her herself.
Yeah, just making bad decisions.
And she was thinking, oh, this crystal meth is so good, my dreams are coming true. Literally a quote from her.
All right.
Shane asked reasonable questions. Did you not feel any sense of dread being away from your family with these weird people smoking crystal meth? Oh, I was in a dream world.
No, man, I was in a dream world. I was high on crystal meth, dude.
I didn't even know if that was evil a thing that was happening. And Shane asked a reasonable question. You didn't learn about evil from church, being a Christian and all, the way you were saying you were?
No.
No. I didn't understand what evil was until LA. Okay. So she's doing the whole dumb, poor Midwestern girl bit. Kind of like in this picture.
Like, really? This is she you think she actually does anything on this forum?
If she would.
Like, do you think she actually does anything on this farm? No.
No, I mean,
other than like stay there.
I'm sure she grew up on the farm. You know, she was there as a kid, and she's there now, trying to hide.
Was that your first relationship? Was he violent?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't violent. I don't know. This whole thing just kind of plays out in a very,
but I'm
very
kind of grateful that I was drinking and on drugs, and the time I was really thin because I was modeling. So I didn't have any meat on my bones. A little alcohol really messed me up. And one day he basically told me, I'm going to sell you for drugs. Okay. So before we even get to that point, is there anything so far that sounds like she was trafficked?
No.
She talks to a photographer that happened to be with a band in her town and probably said, man, that is so cool. I would love to move to LA. He's like, well, you know, it's really cool. If you move out there, ring me up. I'll introduce you to some folks. And I guarantee you that this photographer dude, because Shane asked, they were not in a relationship of any kind. He didn't fuck her. This was not a bang him and leave him kind of thing. She was literally a groupie saying, man, I'd love to get to LA. And the guy said, if you do, ring me up. And that's what she's calling trafficking. This is trafficking. So then she convinces her parents to move her to LA and pay for an apartment. Because she's 17, allegedly at this point. They do that. And as soon as she gets there, she's like, I'm going to go get fucked up and fuck the first guy that I meet. I mean, she didn't say this, but it's pretty easy to see this is her mental thought pattern.
And she didn't even take time to unpack, really, it seems. Or maybe she just didn't
hours.
have...
Who unpacks in 48? Nobody unpacks in 48 hours. Like, after the big move, the first thing you want to do is just chill, relax, kind of figure out what do I be doing in the first 48 hours after moving to LA? Where's the closest grocery store? Where do I buy shit? Okay, let's find out what areas are safe to walk around and what areas I need to avoid. It's kind of like, I just got here. I need to get my bearings. Her first thought.
Oh, we just got ourselves a freaking purchase, bro. Griftcast IRL tie-dye hoodie by Helica. Somebody just bought that. Somebody named Helica. Excellent.
Very good. That's a donation. And you know what we do? We break for donations. So
we break for donations here. So we appreciate you, Helica, for buying that Griftcast IRL hoodie from the Griftcast IRL store. We totally appreciate that purchase and definitely enjoy that hoodie. You know, I told them today that we updated our Griftcast IRL website. Did you see that right there? You saw that?
I did not.
You see that?
Oh, sweet. That's awesome.
So yeah, we actually updated it. So now people can actually just be on YouTube for being right there. And you can actually go to the merch store from right here too. So you can, I was actually going to pull up the piece of merch that they bought. So they just purchased one of these Griftcast IRL hoodies for a nice little donation. We don't know what color they got, but we know that they just
like the black one.
Them up. Yeah, I like the black one too. I want to get one of them right there. I got shirt hoodie coming on the way for me, and I think I got a shirt and a beanie on the way for me, and I'm trying to figure out which one of the hoodies I want to get. Although I'm trying to design one specifically, like the all over print ones, and I think that's going to be the one that I'm hoodie.
Oh, hoodie, yeah,
all over print hoodie. Where it's got like not instead of the tie dye, but it'll probably be embroidered and then have some design.
Sweet.
Yeah. So somebody just blessed us up big time. Thanks for buying that freaking hoodie.
Glad you guys are enjoying the conversation here, and buying merch is a great way to support the show as well.
It's one of the best ways to support the shows, actually.
Buy lots of merch. Buy lots of merch often.
Buy merch often. And
so somebody said that her birthday is May 26th.
Really? Yeah,
so
that's
that makes sense. She's a Gemini, so that totally makes sense with her personality type. All right. So she gets to LA. Her parents paid for the whole thing. Totally blessed the idea of her moving there. And within 48 hours, she gets introduced to a musician. Clearly, she didn't go to his house by being forced to go to his house. There's no leaning pressure on her. There's no threats or blackmail. She went to some guy's house she just met. She started drinking and she smoked an unknown substance that she was happy to smoke.
Yep. Didn't even think to say, no, I wanted to fit in. I wanted to be cool. You know, as a kid, I was probably not going to just be smoking crystal meth at that age. I don't think so. I don't think so.
He wasn't violent. Okay. Now, and one day he basically told me, the word basically means that's not what he actually told her. Basically means I'm going to restate what I think happened in a way that I feel is correct, but that's not what actually was said. So nobody actually said, I'm going to sell you for drugs. Had he actually said, I'm going to sell you for drugs, she wouldn't have said, he basically told me. She would have said, he told me, or he actually told me. So putting the word basically in there means that she is changing what she remembers herself he actually said. And then,
Correct.
and
If,
one day is an indeterminate amount of time. And one day could be a month, could be a year, could be a decade. We don't know what and one day means.
yeah, there's no specific time frame. And then when
Mhm.
he says he basically told me I'm going to sell you for drugs. I mean, it kind of
Mhm.
seems like it would have more been like she's like, "Yo, I want to get some more of that crystal meth stuff," and he was
Exactly.
all like, and she was like, "But I don't have any money." And then she was like, "Well, I could call the guy, and maybe you could hook him up with something else." That's
Yeah,
what it
I
sounds
mean
like.
this you're absolutely right. I think it could have been like she wants more drugs. Dude's like, "Hey baby, we got to wait till I get paid next week cuz I'm a musician and I don't have any money cuz musicians generally are poor
Yeah,
unless you're
'cause,
like a top musician, which this clearly wasn't."
not if he's doing
And
crystal meth.
and so she was like, "Well, maybe I can help with that. What if I play nice with him? Then we can score some drugs because I'm a drug fiend."
'Cause I'm a drug
And
fiend. I need some drugs. Yeah, give
that's
them to
right.
me.
Yeah, I got me some reefer, and that set me down the long bad road to now needing all kinds of crack cocaine
Dude, I don't know anybody that's ever went into prostitution for uh weed.
for weed. It's probably
Yeah,
not
for
worth
weed.
it.
It's too
Yeah,
cheap.
it's
Used
too
to be
cheap.
back then
Exactly.
you could get like a whole you could get a ton for like $8 or $20. You paid
Yeah,
$20.
yeah.
You had
There
enough
you go.
for a long time for most people. You know
Forever.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Forever. Not forever, but for a long.
So, well, not forever, but certainly plenty. So she's very hazy, and even if we analyze her language, it's almost subconscious. The way people use words like sticking in the basically in there. It's sort of like I'll give an example. A lot of people, if you start paying attention to this, you'll hear a lot. People use the word right. They'll throw in like blah blah blah blah blah blah blah blah right blah blah blah blah blah. So I went to this party and I met this really cool person and he offered me some drugs, right? And so I was blah blah blah. So whenever you hear the word right, what you're hearing is in their own mind a person subconsciously questioning the validity of what is about to be said.
Correct.
So you don't want to say right when you're speaking, and if you hear other people saying right, it's a pretty good indicator that what you're getting is not a true flow of knowledge from them, but rather an edited version that they're sort of trying to put together in their brain while they're speaking. So it's not like a pre-written edited thing. They wouldn't use right if they did that. It's an on-the-fly edited version. That's why you have those rights in there. The right is a confirmation to kind of get a nod from you or to really not see any kind of a head shake or anything to reinforce to them that they can keep going down this path without being challenged. So pay attention to that stuff. Words have meaning. All right.
And
So
how people use words has even more meaning, especially if they've been proven to be some kind of manipulator in the past. Like they usually will choose particular words very correctly,
mhm.
and they will always try to basically not allow themselves to give out too much information about the topic that they're speaking on, which is what we're already seeing from her in the Shane
Mhm.
Cashman article pretty clearly when she says that she doesn't even like want to name anybody's names
Mhm.
or put out anything that's going to be considered as like a solid pertinent piece of information that can actually be investigated. It seems she's just kind of dancing around the entire subject and is trying to give, some juicy details that make it seem like
Mhm.
it's, gonna be understandable, but it seems like this whole thing is an appeal to emotion to
No,
for Shane
it's yeah.
Cashman.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So the first disconnect here that happens is when she says "and one day," because we literally take the story from her smoking and drinking with this musician dude to some indeterminate amount of time passing, at which she's saying that he's essentially saying, he's basically telling me that I'm going to sell you for drugs, which I don't think is actually the case if you analyze her linguistics. And then Shane asked, and you considered this a relationship? Now, what Shane should have said is, hold up, how much time later are you talking about? What else happened in between the one day? This is too much of a jump to go from you were just introduced, you were happy, you went to this guy's house voluntarily, or are you saying that was later that same day? Because it sure doesn't seem like she's saying later that same day. So how many times had she been to this dude's house? Did he become her boyfriend during that time? Did she think he was her boyfriend and he just had a whole slew of other girls he was fucking? None of these questions get asked for some reason.
Yeah, it seems like he's very vague about where he's going with this. And like somebody in the chat mentions too, that he doesn't even confirm her age and when she was 17. She's not helping us get any information to nail anything down whatsoever. No. He's very open-ended about it.
Yeah, and now granted, we're only halfway through the article, so there may be more stuff that answers some of this, but at this point, it sure seems like Shane missed a huge opportunity to understand the timeline. And the timeline in any accusation is extremely important because that's the thing people usually fuck up on. The person they're accusing, very often they end up not being in the place that they're claiming to be during the time that they're claiming it to have happened. And it's very common for people when they're inventing a story to get all the details right, but the timeline wrong. And so Shane should have followed up to make sure. I mean, even if he's her friend, right? You want your friend to come across as clear and having a concise timeline. And he didn't do that. So he just asked her, is this a relationship? She said, well, I probably would have thought that. Now, what does that mean? I probably would have. So that's like a forward-looking statement. But we're talking about her actual past. So she should say either, I thought so at the time, or she should have said, I didn't think so at the time. I probably would have thought so it's a third-person perspective for the future. It's a future third person. So had somebody done something like I'm describing, that person probably would think so. That's what I probably would have thought that means. So she's already taking herself out of this description. She's now a third person inside this story. She's not remembering what she did. She's describing what somebody might do. I don't know, potentially maybe an actual traffic victim that she was listening to would have thought. Why would you use a future tense first person, third person, when you're talking about your own past? That's just weird. And it's not a memory hole thing. I mean, she's describing it. She remembers it. The reason she can't name people is because of legal issues, apparently. But it has nothing to do with like lost memories. But I wasn't used to having male relationships. Okay, so now this is a verifiable question. This is something that her friends from high school and her parents can answer. And in fact, I think there was a guy that called in to Brittany's show, or if not Brittany's, then yeah,
it was Chrissy's.
Chrissy's show. That was a high school boyfriend. So we can find out how many male relationships she's used to having.
Wait, was it Chris? Dirty Chris? What was I calling that guy? Never mind, doesn't matter.
I don't know. So I wasn't used to having male relationships, not like that. Okay, well, wait a minute. Are you talking about a relationship, or are you talking about a guy who's your pimp? Or is that the type of relationship she wasn't used to having? Did she get addicted to the drugs and was willing to do anything to get more drugs? And the guy said, well, you want more drugs, you're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to go out there and make some money for me.
Yeah, you're going to have to go get it.
Is this actually a musician, or was this a pimp who played a little music?
It might be a pimp that just played a little music down at a store.
And then why aren't you naming the photographer if he's not the one who trafficked you? Because who's the trafficker here? We still haven't figured that out. It was clear there was no choice.
On that.
No, it was clear there was no choice, she says. The thing is, like, I hadn't come from that. That wasn't a part of my lifestyle. Okay, so there was a choice literally at every step in the process.
And you chose
If you
wrong
got
every step of
addicted
the way.
yeah, if you got addicted to drugs and you were willing to prostitute yourself to get more drugs, you're not being trafficked. That's not
You're not
trafficking.
being trafficked. Right here, when he called the buyer, like, were you thinking anything like, "What the fuck is this phone call?"
Okay,
And she
good
says,
question, Shane.
"No, I just needed. I was just told that we needed more drugs, so we're going to sell you." And I was like, "Holy shit! I'm a child prostitute." I was embarrassed. I knew immediately that I would never tell anyone about this. What?
And this whole there's so much wrong
You
here.
did?
No,
Yeah, like,
I was just told we needed more drugs. Who's the we?
yeah. Who's the
Who's the we here?
The guy?
I mean, she's talking about a guy that she was fucking that wanted to prostitute her, and he's telling her, we need more drugs. No, I'm pretty sure you needed more drugs, not we needed more drugs. The guy had drugs. He gave you drugs. You like the drugs.
You ran out of drugs.
Well, now you're out of drugs. You need more drugs. So we're going to sell you. And nobody says we're going to sell you, referring to himself. If this guy is like, whether he's her pimp or her boyfriend or just some random musician who's doing drugs, no one's going to use we to refer to themselves. Why is she using we here? She's using we here because she's the one that actually wanted the drugs.
Yeah, she wanted more drugs, so she had dude call somebody to go get someone involved with this. And then she was like, well, I don't have any money, so what else do you got? Well, you know, she's a young girl that's got a body in Hollywood, and apparently they like that sort of thing out there. So, I mean, it kind of puts together, makes sense. But
and
this here is still not even confirmed that like her dad actually did this when she was 17. You know, she's the one that's saying that her dad doesn't want to make any comments about it.
Remember, if we bounce back to a few paragraphs, she says, and one day he basically told me. So she was 17. Let's say the storyline's correct when her parents moved her there. Because we do have that quote from her mom saying, well, she was about to turn 18, so she's going to leave anyway, so we just moved her there. But and one day just says some future. It doesn't mean she was 17. She's trying to cling on to being an underage person incapable of making a decision. But she sure as hell made a decision to go to this musician's house, to fuck the musician, to have a drink illegally with the musician, to smoke something, even if she didn't know what it is with the musician. All of those were her decisions. She has full control at this point in time. Now, once she was high as a kite, who knows? But before she was high as a kite, she made all these bad decisions in a row. So, and this is an unknown amount of time later that this happened, because she says, and then one day,
a year later, 2 years later, it could be 5 years later. We don't know.
It sounds extremely likely that she was at the very least 18 and therefore an adult. And she makes a point later that anybody who's underage is clearly being trafficked. And it's like, well, I don't think she was underage. Her own story falls apart when she starts talking about the timeline here. So I was told we need more drugs. No, you wouldn't have been told that. You would have been told I need more drugs. If I'm her pimp, I would have said, hey, ho, I need more drugs. You need to go out and work. If I was her boyfriend, I would say, I don't have any drugs. And I don't have any money, and the only way we're going to get some is if you go and fuck this guy and he gives you some. All of those are I's. There's no we's here. She's using we here. Again, this is a betrayal through language of her actual feelings. By the way, guys, we're not seeing a whole lot of super chats coming in. What's up with that? This is good stuff.
What's going on
this is good content. This deserves some
developing
super
you
chats.
guys with great content, and you know what? This show is called Griftcast IRL, so if we're not grifting, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, you know, chop, please send us money. Thank you very much.
Yeah. We'll just wait a little bit until somebody sends us something here. That's all right. We can wait.
Well, here, I'll read this. Old, fat, and ugly. That's like my whole entire life.
So wait a minute. Who is she talking about here?
She sounds like she's talking about fucking that Weinstein character.
Yeah, it kind of does, right? So is that the default image in their head? Or is like, well, if I'm going to be a prostitute somewhere, it's clearly going to be an old, fat, ugly dude.
Yeah. Okay.
That
So yeah, it's always gonna. That's like
that's
half the
very.
population.
It's like right out of the movies. I mean, go back to probably the most famous movie with a prostitute in it, Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. Richard
Yeah, but
Gere's
that was
not a
a
fat,
movie.
old, ugly dude, right?
But that's
But
a
in
movie.
that movie, Richard Gere's, I guess he was his accountant or something, or he was his CFO maybe. But it was the guy who plays George Costanza played that character. So he was fat, old, and ugly. Although I guess debatably ugly, but ugly enough. And she didn't want to
Ugly
fuck
enough to
him.
party.
And then he slapped her, and then she went crying to Richard Gere, who then fired him. Because that's what happens. Because you always fire people that work for you when the prostitute comes crying. Uh-huh.
Yeah, unless
All right,
you
anyway.
really totally into the prostitute or whatever, and then that's why that movie exists.
Well, because that's
the whole situation is really ridiculous. It would have never
You
happened.
always marry the first prostitute that you get in the car with. That's the story of that movie, I think. Uh-huh.
I mean, I feel like, marrying a prostitute could definitely give you a lot of problems, Elon. You should think this one through. You should think it through.
Right,
oh, wait,
so,
he unfollowed her, so that's probably never going to happen. And somebody in the chat's claiming that somebody was, is somebody trying to, there's Lisa's trying to get back at Elon through a fake account or something like that. But
oh,
I
really?
don't know if it's true to that. Sounds kind of juicy,
all right,
though.
so let's pick it up here. And I was like, holy shit, I'm a child prostitute. Nobody says about themselves child anything. Especially not at that age. Do you remember when you were 17 and 18? Would you have ever used the word child applied to yourself?
No. You would just say
you're an 18-year-old man. You're a 16-year-old man. Don't call me a child. You never would in a million years have somebody that age, male or female, refer to themselves as a child. This is a word specifically put in there to do two things. One, elicit sympathy, and two,
emotional
to
appeal.
show that she was underage, which she was not. I was embarrassed. That's probably a true statement.
You're missing the fact. Her putting that two together, she wants it to. It's a dual meaning type thing. Like she's trying to get the appeal to emotion, but then she's also telling the truth. And this is what a lot of people will actually do. She is right. She did prostitute herself probably for some drugs on her own accord, but emotional appeal and then white truth to basically cover for a bigger lie. So this is how,
I don't think she was a child.
CIA liar. Yeah, no, but that's the emotional appeal, right? Lie,
yeah.
Truth, lie, truth, right?
Yeah.
Lie, truth.
And then when it says I was embarrassed, no, there's no modifier words in that statement. I wasn't. It's not like I think I was embarrassed or somebody like me would have been embarrassed. He just says I was That I think is a true statement. It's very simple. Like there's no modifiers there. She was embarrassed. I knew immediately I would never tell anyone about this. That sounds like a true statement. I think if she was embarrassed, what does anyone who's embarrassed want to do? Minimize the number of people that find out about the embarrassing situation. You do something stupid, you don't want a whole bunch of people knowing about it. That sounds like a true statement. The previous statements do not sound like they're true. Okay, musician dropped her off at the house in West Hollywood. So the musician drove her to the guy's house where she's going to get drugs
in Hollywood Hills. So we're talking like Tarzana, like there's a couple of Hollywood Hills area, but the West Hollywood Hills is a pretty particular place, ritzy, not a spot that you would think that you would be seeing somebody Yeah, like this is not a place that you would go to get crystal meth. In my opinion, that would be a place that you would be picking up some like lysergic acid or maybe some like, high class drugs, like, some blow or something like that. Like that's what you would be going up there to get. So that seems strange. But then again, like was crystal meth big in the 90s? Like I don't even remember really hearing about that.
I think it was big.
Like
it was
2000s.
I think it was around. It certainly was around. I don't know if it was as big as it was in the 2000s.
Yeah, like I don't think like I mean, okay, it just seems kind of like a crazy story or whatever. And
Yeah.
when he asks her to describe the buyer, we get old, fat, ugly guy. I could probably recreate the
That's
pieces of
literally
his
everybody
room.
that lives there.
Yeah, like okay, you got two guys on the screen right now
Uh-huh.
that are like that fit that description. It's weird what your brain remembers. His bed was red, but not blood
Mhm.
red. He had a red blanket, and it was a really nice place, and there were multiple people living there. It was a nice place, but there were multiple people living there. But
Mhm.
allegedly, it's a drug dealer's house in the West Hollywood Hills. Like,
Yeah.
and he's selling you crystal meth for your body. I mean, this the
You
whole
know, it
thing.
kind of
Just
reminded me of the drug dealer in Pulp Fiction.
mm-hmm.
You remember the drug dealer guy?
Think I remember that guy. Yeah, why?
When Uma Thurman's character overdosed and Travolta drove her down to his house. It does
Mhm.
not look like a drug dealer house. It looks like a nice little house in a suburban neighborhood. It's not beat
Lance.
up and run down and anything. It's just kind of, yeah. I mean, it's just like, it's a normal house. It doesn't have graffiti on the walls. He's
Eric
watching
Stoltz.
TV. Yeah, Stoltz, yeah. I mean, it's just kind of like, I wish there was more of a zoomed out view of the house, but, crank call.
Very cool.
That was a great movie. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that
look
was
at,
a
he's got an
pretty damn good movie.
aquarium. It's just like he works as a drug dealer, but he's not living in a slumlord.
There's the house right there.
Yeah, and it's not a huge house. Look, it's a small, but it's a normal house. It's a normal suburban house.
It's an everyday
So
place. Anybody who could come up to there's probably
yeah,
cars lining the streets, right?
uh huh.
Although they're
So old
probably
fat
taking
ugly
the
guy.
lawn out and then just putting fucking concrete down so they can park their cars up there.
That would stand out a little bit. Were they there for you? Were these people, these multiple people you're claiming were living there, were they there to fuck you? No, not for me. They came and went, lots of drugs and alcohol. Came and went. So there was a party, is what she's basically alluding to without saying there was a party.
Yes,
Lots
she
of
went to a
people,
party.
drugs and alcohol. She went to a party to get drugs.
Whoa, dude, we just got we got somebody making another purchase. Dude,
All right.
organic cotton IRL beanie and one other
There you
merch item.
go.
This right there for Wiley Sal. We'll appreciate that, Wiley Sal, for
Nice.
purchasing. And we'll always appreciate the merch, Grift, because that's the way that
man.
we make repeat customers. Good merch
It's the
and love.
NPR model, baby. You give us some money, we give you a gift. It's a free gift.
It's
After
a
you
free
give us the
gift.
money.
Send us money. You send us money, we give you a free gift, and everything's good. And we're happy.
Mhm.
You're happy. I'm all happy. But then again, we still accept super chats. That's the number one form of currency, right
Super
behind
chats.
all the rest of the stuff.
And don't forget about Cash App and PayPal.
Venmo, PayPal, all that other stuff. You can check out the links on our actual website or our link tree. Yeah, you should go definitely do that.
If you want to minimize the amount of money that the evil Google corporation takes, PayPal and Venmo are probably better, or Cash App. If you want to get a little something back for your generous donation, then go to the merch shop, buy something there. If you're just a lazy bastard and you want to just click one button, do a super chat. We appreciate those as well.
Mm-hmm. And Wiley Sal says, thank you for the free shirt and hat. And we're like, Wiley Sal, you're very welcome, bro. You're very welcome. Thank you for using our easy-to-use links to pay us money. We appreciate you.
It lets us keep doing what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so they weren't there for her. Nope, they came and went. Lots of drugs and alcohol. It was clearly a party. How long were you there? I can't say. Maybe days, maybe a week.
A week?
Girl passed out. Were you on drugs? Yes, thank God. It was not a pleasant experience being on drugs, she says. It was scary. I don't know what particularly happened, but I think I started to kick a little bit. What does that mean? You're in the drug culture more than me. What does it mean to say that I started to kick a little?
Because she was trying to. She was on too much drugs. So basically, I think starting to kick means that she was becoming unmanageable by the other people. Like she wasn't eating, drinking, not interacting with anybody at the problem, probably just sitting in the corner being really weird. And
so just had like
fucking up
a needle in her vein the whole time, basically.
Yeah,
so
like
I don't see any fucking going on here. All I see is she went to a party, got high on drugs.
She got high on drugs. She got too high on drugs, allegedly overdosed and survived, and woke up in Cedars-Sinai Hospital. And no friends. Nurse said that she treated Kurt Cobain once, and he said that he and I have the same eyes. What? That's what you remember out of this whole
dead
thing?
Eyes? She had dead eyes? Is that what she was saying?
Yeah, dead meth head eyes like Kurt Cobain. That's what you remember. But he was H head, right? Yeah, he did a lot of heroin, didn't he?
I guess, yeah. That's another dangerous
before he allegedly shot himself in the face with a shotgun with his toe.
All the time.
Yeah, it's really fucking hard to shoot a shotgun. It's actually not as hard to shoot a shotgun with your toes, you think.
Well, look, it's easier than shooting yourself in the head twice in the back of the head.
Exactly. That right there is definitely much harder, but shooting yourself in the face with a shotgun and pulling the trigger with your toe while your boot is on is probably
some creative work.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
Yourself without any rope.
Oh yeah, that's another one that's pretty crazy. We don't know how that shit happens.
Amazing how people manage to pull that shit off.
Just ask Jeffrey Epstein, dude.
That's right.
Oh wait, no, you can't. He's dead. Sorry.
Oh yeah, he didn't kill himself though. All right, so maybe this one will just gas me up, make me feel better. But I gave you. So do you see anywhere in here anything talking about her being raped or doing anything sexual at all?
Absolutely not.
The only statement that has anything to do with sex is, I was told
one time she bought drugs.
We need to go get more drugs, and we gonna sell you. Okay, but maybe they wanted to sell. She doesn't even sell her for what? Like maybe he wanted to sell her, to clean the guy's house.
$500, dude.
I've paid for a housekeeper for decades. Does that make me a trafficker?
Yes, you are a trafficker now.
or traffickist.
I don't know what traffickist is, but I think you might be a trafficker. Especially if you're trafficking women into your house to get them to clean them. Do you make them wear maid outfits?
I mean, they're Mexican women.
Out?
Or
the chi-chis out?
I don't make them do anything. They just choose to do things.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah, so this whole section is extremely weak and full of innuendo and hope that she doesn't get probed for more details, which it doesn't sound like Shane probed. Not a whole lot of probing going on.
I mean, he might have proved with his pee-pee, but that's probably not in the article.
I don't think she's married. I don't think he's any interest in that.
He's married? Dude, I've seen married dudes do stupid shit. Ask my little brother, had a perfect marriage, fucked it up, banging some stripper with some titties.
Really? Well,
totally just completely crazy.
How did you get back home? Well, okay, reasonable question. My parents bought a plane ticket. Somehow they knew. Okay.
Maybe she already was only supposed to be out there for a week, and then the plane ticket got her back, and then that apartment wasn't actually an apartment. It was some kind of hotel. They didn't have Airbnbs back in the day, but
not back then, though.
You used to be able to go to a hotel back then and get it for a week, like an extended stay, and it was like an apartment.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you could certainly do that. But I think this is still I don't think her parents bought her a plane ticket until she was a year later. I mean, this is not, if we just believe literally what she says here, she went to LA by having her parents drive her out there, buying her a ticket, paying her for an apartment. Within 48 hours of that happening, she went to some random musician that she met through a photographer's house, got high, got drunk, doesn't really talk about having sex with the guy, just talks about drugs with the guy. And then the guy saying, we need to get more drugs and we going to go and sell you for drugs. at
We gonna
some
save this
unknown duration of
first,
time later. So basically, she was in her apartment for 2 days, and then the entirety of the rest of the time that she was in California, she was never home again, ever again, until her parents flew her back from the hospital, from Cedars-Sinai, which is the hospital that all Hollywood actors who overdose end up going to. Which is, I guarantee you, why she said the name of the hospital, because it's a well-known hospital that everybody uses.
So she's just kind of like setting up her
It's
her
been in every
story
movie.
for Shane.
Yeah.
It's been every movie.
And now
they
the
talk
thing
about it all the
is,
time on the news.
there are HIPAA laws that would prevent you from legally being able to verify whether she was there. But that doesn't prevent somebody from remembering whether or not she was there if somebody was working there. So, I mean, if a blue-haired chick shows up OD'd, I guess that happens every week. So never mind. Nobody would remember that. That's like a normal occurrence there. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, they'd be like, do you think I'm gonna remember? I see young chicks overdosing in here every day, like 5 of them. All these rich white guys be dropping them off after they have their drug parties. Yeah. I mean, look at that. She doesn't know anything else about it. It was just one line, no quotes or anything. It's just Shane Cashman would be like, yeah, she doesn't know anything else about it. So
doesn't know
stop
anything
asking.
else. No.
How does she not know anything else? No, she knows more stuff. She's just not saying anything because she doesn't want people to take part.
She talks more about this. When my dad dropped me off in LA, so her dad drove her to LA. He didn't fly her to LA, apparently. He drove her to LA. Jesus
with
Christ.
all of her shit. And
the
when she flew back
right there.
a fucking trash bag, dude. She fucking flew back with
I had blonde hair.
Like the black one? Like I did that before with the plane.
Did you? Really?
Yeah, my bag was like ripped or whatever, so I had to put it in a trash, like 3 big of those black trash bags.
Jesus.
Wrapped it up, duct taped it. They were like, "There's a bag in here," and I was like, "Yeah, my actual bag's in there, but it was ripped on the bottom, so like she was falling out of it. So I just put it in a trash bag."
You probably could have done it the other way around. Could have put all your clothes inside the trash bag inside the bag, and then duct tape the bag.
Yeah, see, you know what? Hindsight's always 20/20, dog. It was funny. It was funnier having the trash bag though, and then just be like, "Do you have a carry-on?"
I'm sure it was funny.
And I'm just like,
yeah. I've seen shit like that come out of the machine a few times. Yeah,
bag ripped.
So she had jet black hair, she says, and then she had blonde hair when she went there, and she had black hair when she came back. Everything I brought home was
kind of funny. Because if you look at her stuff from like 2007, she does have the jet black hair, and she is skinny as fuck. Like that was probably when I saw her in 2007
like 25.
or whatever. Yeah, when she was like 25, older, not maybe 24, but when she was older, she was way super skinny, and it definitely like didn't seem like they were having any trouble with any substances.
And let me ask you, where were you located when you met her?
I was in Arizona. And I think the first time that I had seen her, we were going out to like LA, and then I had also seen her in Vegas and Phoenix, like at shows and stuff.
Oh, okay. So it
was like I had seen her around.
What was she doing in Arizona? What was she doing in Arizona?
Shows, like Jeffree Star show.
Okay, so it was a show.
So like Jeffree Star used to come to shows. So like when she was in Arizona, I remember us going there to the Jeffree Star show. She was there hanging out with him, and I think she was actually opening for him for his band. So it was like we showed up early, saw the opening act, hung out with Jeffree backstage for a little bit. Then Jeffree did his set. Then we meet her after they get off of their set, and then we're just kind of like hanging out. Okay. And then later on, like I think they were like going to somebody's house out there to like actually hang out. And I'm trying to think, like, because we used to do those don't stay in parties a lot. Yeah. So it would always just be like a random, you call the party line, and then you show up to the address or whatever, get in, pay your money. If they were usually, most of them had money that you actually had to pay to get in.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
But this is like, this is like 7 years later from her timeline of LA here. So it just doesn't make a lot of it just doesn't make sense. Cause then it's like, oh, well, she just got into the punk rock lifestyle after that, which kind of seems strange.
Cause she so enjoyed being around musicians who were selling her to fat old dudes that she couldn't wait to get back and do it again. Okay.
Yeah, apparently.
Well, let's continue on. So, the people that really hate you are demanding these details, said Cashman.
That
I
the
was
people
very
that hate
sorry
you?
for asking. Yeah, the people that hate you. So he's not at all biased or anything here. He's basically saying, look, I don't need these details. I don't care if you're lying, but the people that hate you, they won't shut the fuck up until you give them these details that you just made up.
Or you give them the actual details and stop,
Yeah.
sandbagging.
Well,
on that shit.
that would actually work, but she doesn't want to do that. One must work with primary source first and then unspool what you can from there. I can't reverse engineer it. It's like gore porn, Eliza said, referring to the gruesome details that many are saying they need to hear from her to believe any trafficking took place. No, we just need the truth. We need to hear the actual timelines, dates, names, and places. None of that is gruesome. Nobody's asking her for a photo of sexual acts. In fact, everything in this article so far, there's been 0 descriptions of any sex happening. None. He's asked a couple of times, and, what were you doing? Did you have sex with him then? Well, no, not then. There's been no sex here in the entirety of her story up to this point. Let's see if it opens up more. But yet she's calling this porn.
Gore porn. She's like, it's like people want gore porn. No, people watch porn all the time, pretty much every day, I'm pretty sure. They know exactly what it is, and they're going to be like, so which one was it? There's categories, right? Which category was it?
They're hitting me up, wanting to know if my vagina is ripped. Well, okay, that may be happening. People may be asking her that.
I've not seen that once.
But probably has nothing to do with what happened that you're alleging to have happened. If anyone asks her if her vagina is ripped, it's probably because all the fat cock she's getting right now, not because of anything that happened 20 years ago.
Mm.
I'm not a plastic surgeon. Lying. Not a plastic surgeon, but I don't think they stay ripped. Okay?
No, they definitely usually heal, right? Right? I don't know.
I think most body parts generally heal,
unless
any. Yeah.
Yeah, just ask the trans person.
Oh yeah, there you go. Did that heal up?
Did that heal up? Oh, you got to do what now? You got to do what to what? Ah! Sorry.
A part of me hopes you're lying because I want none of this to be true. So I think that's Shane saying that, I believe.
Yeah, but why doesn't he put who's saying it?
I know, right? But it doesn't make sense for her to say it, because what is she hoping that he is lying about? That would make no sense. So it's got to be Shane saying that he's hoping that she's lying because he would rather that she lie than for her to have experienced this horrible, horrible experience of wanting drugs so badly that she goes to a party and then passes out for 5 days.
Passes out for 5 days after allegedly selling herself.
Yeah.
At said party.
Yeah, I mean, look, honey, if you didn't get paid, you didn't sell yourself. Everybody's got stuff that's happened to them. She says, I was lying in bed last night thinking about all of this. Yeah, I'm sure she was. I'm just so grateful that I'm still alive. So, it is bad, yes, but bro, all these likes are indicators as well. Think about how much life I've had since then. Yeah, she is very, very unsure of herself in that sentence.
Elizabeth,
I'm so grateful that despite all this stuff, I did so much dope shit. I guess I could have just stopped it. I did so much dope.
Yeah, you could have just said, I did so much dope and shit. There needs to be an and there.
Yeah, right? They're missing an and in there.
But yeah, we read it right. We get it. So I think she felt like she had to say something positive because my face was probably as grim as the scientists standing with their doomsday clock.
That's where he ties it back. You see, this is his fancy maneuver for bringing the clock back in.
Okay, that's where the clock is. Yeah. I see. Well, that's the whole point of the clock.
That's why it's in there.
I still don't like that maneuver. You know what? You could have done without it.
It's not a lot of payoff right there.
Yeah, super pro. He's like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna tell you a story. Anyways, so do you remember anything leading up to or after the overdose? I asked. See, he put I asked there. Why didn't he put I said up there? He could have done that. Jackass. Doesn't make any sense. I guess it
Somebody's
started.
asking what a meth overdose looks like. It's
no idea.
catatonic.
Usually, like, isn't it just like every overdose the same? They all go catatonic and they're just laying there.
Yeah. I mean, there might be a little bit of. Yeah, there might be some spittle coming out of your mouth. Your eyes won't be opening and closing the retina the way that they normally should be. It's basically frying your nervous system. Not something that you would enjoy a person doing next to you. All right. So where are we? I guess it started at the buyer's house, and then they dropped me in the musician's hallway. Okay. What started at the buyer's house? Oh, this is after they brought her back, I guess. So this is before the hospital, after the party.
This is her remembering the overdose. So before the overdose.
Yeah. So he says, well, do you remember anything either before or after? And she doesn't say which. She just says, I guess it started at the buyer's house, and then they dropped me in the musician's hallway. So this must be after, because she went from the musician's house to the buyer's house. So this is from the buyer's house to the musician's hallway. And then the musician, the guy that trafficked her, that she's afraid to name, apparently, they were probably like, we aren't going to deal with this dead girl. And so they called and had the hospital pick her up. Okay. That makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
A lot of people who've been looking into your past are asking themselves, is this guy's house like dead bitch storage? Is that a sign on his front door that says dead bitch storage?
I guess. I mean, maybe they were just dropping her off. Maybe she just fell asleep in the hallway. I don't know.
I was making a funny around Pulp Fiction there.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see. Dead bitch storage.
Oh, you get it? Yeah.
I haven't seen Pulp Fiction in like 3 years, bro. Although
it's probably worth a rewatch, dude.
Simp Cashman. I think that's Cashman. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it tonight.
I like Simp Cashman.
I don't remember it.
A lot of people who've been looking into your past are asking themselves, how could this happen to a daughter of a politician? It looks like she had a nice family. That's the most disgusting insult, she said. You can be a survivor and be other things. Who's that an insult to? That's not an insult. It's a legitimate question is, how fucked in the head are you that you were brought up in a nice upper class neighborhood? You grew up well. You claim that you had no inclination of doing any of these things, but yet her actions prove different. Her parents let her get away with doing whatever she wanted because her mom said, well, she's going to turn 18 and leave anyway, so we figured we might as well drive her to California. She got him to spend money to drive to California. She got him to spend money for her apartment out there. According to her, while she was still 17, although that's debatable. And the first thing she does within 48 hours is go to some random dude's house, drink alcohol, smoke something she has no idea of, and then want more of it. I mean, that's a legitimate question. She's fucked in the head. She is a bad daughter. She is a failure to her parents. So that's not an insult to her. She's the insult to her parents.
Mm-hmm. She insulted her entire family with not even thinking about any of her actions. And then, her dad dropped her off out of there. She failed hard and ran right back home to their parents. And her parents still seem to protect her. Yeah, and think about it. People have gotten lost their jobs over this. Greg Hoyt was investigating this shit, and he got fired from his job, I guess, at Red State or something like that. For reporting on this story that might be the wrong company. But at the same time, we had that other person that removed the article. So clearly something is happening here in the background that people are trying to stave off. And then Shane's over here basically saying that he doesn't have any type of care to really dig into the questions. He's just seemingly believing her at face value for his article and then kind of
Oh, yeah.
trying to lightly confirm things, like, talking about the politician's daughter thing. So now it's okay, well, we've 100% proved that yes, that is in fact her dad, like we already knew. But
Yeah.
he's not really pushing that at all, and he doesn't seem at all to be asking her how she felt about her dad in the situation for
Yeah.
allowing this to happen. But then again, her dad didn't allow this to happen, she let it happen.
Well, her dad didn't prevent it from happening. I guess maybe what she's implying is her parents shouldn't have let her go to California, because that would have prevented all of this from happening.
Yeah, that would have stopped it right in its tracks, actually.
Uh-huh. All right. So, you can be a survivor and be other things. You can have a family. A lot of survivors I know are married and have kids. Literally has nothing to do with anything. She's just saying things out of the conversation. All those things, sure, why not? There are survivors, I'm sure, of this. I hate the word survivor somehow implying that is a trafficking survivor. The term survivor should be qualified as trafficking survivor or sexual survivor or something, because that term has been utilized for, I don't know, the last 80 years for concentration camp survivors.
No, that's true. Yeah, she's a survivor.
The
She's
term.
Beyonce.
So the first time I saw her say survivor, I'm like, bitch, you're not old enough to have been in a concentration camp. And then I realized she's using the word incorrectly. All right.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you're a survivor and that's all you are. I could be fully in trauma, probably on disability, just rotting away. On disability, because you got fucking high. Is that what she's implying here? Because she made a lot of bad choices in life. She ought to be in disability and have the government pay for things. Wow.
Mm-hmm. She should be she should be a government simp.
Yeah.
Living off that government tea because she traumatized herself. That makes a whole lot of sense, honestly. I'm gonna try that. Sounds like a good grift.
It's a grift. That's why I'm like, at this point, I don't care what people say. Listen to what I survived. That's crazy. That's just a word jumble. What the hell is she saying? Mm-hmm. That's why
She's
I'm
saying
like,
that she survived trafficking as a child based on vague information.
I don't care what people say. Listen to what I survived. That's crazy. It is crazy. I agree. This whole story is crazy. It is not a real story. This is a jumble of things meant to make her look good and make her background fit the story that she's concocted for herself.
Mm-hmm. With as little information as possible. It's just basically a complete retelling with vague information placed into specific places to help satiate the masses. Even though what we've always asked is who, where, when, and why. Right?
Yep. Exactly.
You didn't even ask
you may not know the why, but at least the first three, right? Later, she'd tell me she thinks the buyer dyed her hair. So apparently her hair was dyed at the party where she passed out black to make her look more like a boy. Because, there are no blonde boys. All boys have black hair. So clearly a woman who incidentally has black hair naturally, that woman would look more like a boy if her hair was her natural color. Okay.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like she just dyed her hair black because she wanted to fit in with the people that she was hanging out with, because they were probably all like metalheads doing meth. Because I think, in the 90s, it was metalheads that were in the meth scene. Isn't that what like Mustaine was doing and shit too around that time, like Megadeth?
I have no idea, dude. I was not in any of those scenes in the 90s. I was doing swing dancing.
I'm just guessing here. Swing dancing.
Yes, I was in significantly better shape in the 90s doing swing dancing. You remember the movie, the hell's it called? God damn, I'm spacing out on the movie myself now. Jon Favreau's first movie. Swingers.
Swingers, yeah, I remember that movie.
Yeah.
So you were trying to swing dance and take girls' pants off? Is that what you were trying to explain to me?
That's what everybody was doing. Hell yeah. That's pretty good. All right. So, I think they were into that. So this guy that she was getting drugs from this fat, ugly dude that she came to his party to get drugs, where she stayed for an indeterminate amount of time, apparently didn't even like girls. He liked boys. And so he was like, oh, God damn it, it's another girl. Now I'm going to have to change the color of her hair to make her look more like a boy so I can fuck her in the ass. Which she doesn't actually say ever happened. Like, no, there's nothing in this article that says she ever had sex with any of these people.
Well, it says right here that were you sold multiple times, I asked. And she says, my first trafficking experience was short, just that one time.
Right. Yeah.
And then we would even kind of glossed over that line. I think that's what they were into, she said. She said that she believes they were transgender kids in that house as well in the West Hollywood Hills. So she's bringing in transgender kids. Buzzword.
What? Kids? Why is she using words like kids?
Transgender kids in the 90s?
That's not a thing.
Like, what?
No, that's literally not a thing.
That was not a thing.
No.
That's like a 2010s thing.
Yeah.
Like, I
mean, the only...
What? No.
The only person in LA that was transgender in the 90s is Buck Angel.
And I don't even know who that is.
You don't? You're kidding. Buck is the I think he refers to himself as the grandparent of the trans movement. I've met Buck a bunch of times. Yeah, this guy. So this guy was a chick back in in early days. Transitioned to a dude.
Chick that transitioned into being a dude.
Yeah. Cool. And she was actually a very hot chick. She was a model. And I'm old enough to remember what Buck looked like before the transition. So, but no, Buck's cool. He's friends with Blair White, who's out here in Austin.
Interesting. He's
anyway,
the trampa.
He's exactly the trampa. Yeah. And very much against what's happening right now with the whole trans thing. He thinks it's all a joke.
Most definitely
all right.
a joke.
Sold multiple times. First trafficking experience was short. Just that one. What was it like when you got home? Okay, I forgot how to write. I have to learn how to write again. Where did she get that? That's a bizarre one.
What? You had what?
English was like another language. Another is like, what language does she speak other than English? What language can she write other than English? What do you mean another language? What was the language that it was like? I was so fucked up that I didn't know how to order food at a restaurant.
Is that black?
Poor little rich girl ordering food at a restaurant. All right. How about you cook for yourself? I was so fucked up that I stayed sober for 8.5. Holy shit. Stayed sober. What a miracle. I can't believe only fucked up people would stay sober for 8 years. Holy cow.
Yeah, only.
Wow. So what would they place her in this fake timeline she's created? So she was 17 allegedly when she went to LA. She would have been 18 when she went to this house in whatchamacallit in North Hollywood.
West Hollywood.
West Hollywood. So she would have done, I mean, a week she was there, maybe 2. She doesn't know. Then she was in the hospital. So she would have still been 18 when she went back home. So she was sober for 8 years after that. So she was sober till 26. How old was she when you knew her?
She had to have been like 20, somewhere between 23 and 25, I think.
Okay. What's she drinking?
Yes, she was drinking.
Yes. All right. So first-hand confirmation of a lie here, because according to her
she was
timeline,
not sober. She was
not sober. Yeah, because she's saying right here, I was sober for 8.5 years. That means that until 26.5, she wouldn't have had any drinks or pot or anything else.
Yeah, so she wouldn't have been able to.
And you knew her
that
during that period of time.
Yeah, because like I was
absolutely.
I just barely turned 18 in 2004, so like I was barely turning 21 when I met her. In 2007, because it was like early. of the year, and then I turned 21, and then they started inviting me out to the bars and shit.
Yep.
Because like I couldn't actually go to when I originally went with them. Like some of the shows I couldn't go to, so I'd have to wait into the car and then go to the
Jesus.
after party. Which at some points that actually sucked, but whatever.
That would suck from the first point. I wouldn't do that.
Well, when you're young, you just deal or whatever.
I was getting into bars without an ID. Just because I had a big
I
long
could not
beard.
get into bars without an ID. There was no way that was happening.
Oh no, they take one look at me. You're like, yeah, you're
5'4",
probably 40. Go in there.
And they're like, no, they look at me and say, oh yeah, right in, no problem.
Yeah.
But when I was a young bitch, they'd look at me and they'd be like, nah, bro, are you kidding me? You look like you're 12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just let me in the bar, man.
All right, so
But
she's
then,
sober.
after I became 21, I got into every bar. Fuck, I even went to bars and drank for free, and I didn't even know anybody there. They just gave me the drinks. It was great.
Oh yeah, well, that's good.
It was really great.
Sober for 8.5 years, just because I was terrified. I was so fucked up that I never told anyone, and I promised myself I would never tell anyone because I was so traumatized. I was so fucked up that I've been trying to remember how I got to the airport. So, I mean, like, that part of it seems true, except that the fucked up part is just her getting stoned. Again, nothing to do with sex. It has to do with drugs.
It's all
I don't know
about
if the
drugs.
trafficker drove me, if a police officer drove me, or if I drove my own car. Oh, she had a car in L.A.? What?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't mention
she had
that,
a
so her
permit.
dad bought her a car, too.
Yeah, her dad bought her a car. She had her permit. She was driving around in LA, apparently. Like there's this whole entire thing. So like we should be able to find like, actual California records of her getting that permit.
Driver's license for sure. Yeah, I can't
Driver's
believe
license.
I'm alive after that. The drug overdose didn't kill me. Well, yeah, that's a fact. We know that because you're alive. Traffickers didn't kill me because you were never trafficked. The sex abuse didn't kill me. I mean, sex abuse
sex
in
one
the
time for
rearview
drugs.
mirror. You
Happened.
didn't like the sex you were having. That's, I guess, abuse now. That was also a time when HIV was still making its rounds pretty heavily. You mean Fauci was still peddling drugs that were wreaking havoc on people's immune systems. Okay. Sure.
And then she's talking about HIV. That's another appeal to emotion that, like, wait,
totally.
Okay, so now you're bringing in the HIV factor like it's a problem. And, notice how she brought in the transgender thing and the HIV thing because, like over history, people have said that the, gay community and ipso facto the transgender community have had a larger
if she was in this giant gangbang and she didn't get HIV, it's a pretty good testament to the fact that HIV was not big in that circle she was running with.
Yeah,
but during the time, it would have been a big concern, the fact that I survived that. Oh yes, you survived. You're such a survivor. I swear to fucking God. Didn't come out with HIV. I cannot believe it. All right. Fair enough. Now, after you flew home, Cashman asks no fucking questions at all here. Like he just takes this whole chunk of crap she unloaded, doesn't take it apart and dig in. He just swallows it whole. After you flew home, what sort of you were sort of comatose? ? I had no strength, not just physical strength. I had no mental strength. Now, that sounds reasonable to me if you just were like in a drug overdose to the degree that you ended up in the hospital. Yeah, and look at the way that sentence is phrased. There's none of those extra words are in there that we find in the sentences where she's probably lying. I had no strength, period. Sounds reasonable. Not just physical strength. I had no mental strength. Probably true. Those seem like they would be reasonable, and the way that they're written, the way that she said them, because he's just got a tape recorder running, right? He's got an app running on his phone. So this is just a direct quote from her. She doesn't put in any of those extra words in there to indicate that her subconscious thinks she's lying. So that's probably true.
No, 100%. I agree.
Hearing this story made me sick. I stopped eating. That was all her account. Okay. So this is Shane talking about himself. Hearing this story made Shane feel sick. Okay, maybe you shouldn't be a reporter. I stopped eating. Maybe you don't need to eat. This was all her account. She could be totally lying. Yeah, most likely.
Probably.
It could be all true. Very unlikely. Some sliver of possibility, probably, but not very likely. Either way, the story makes me feel sick. Again, maybe you shouldn't be a reporter. If it's a lie, I'm sick that someone would go this far to tell such a warped lie. Not a very good lie, dude. You got to learn to pay attention.
Not a very good lie
I'm sick
at all. And yes,
sick if
there's
this is
people more
true.
warped than
I'm
this.
just asking her to relieve some dark trauma. Okay. What were you saying?
I said, well, if you think about it, like, if people would go this far to tell a warp lie, we've literally shown that people have gotten this far to tell warp lies, like, over the years. So, like, it's not out of the ordinary. This is a normal thing for a human being. Just look at the 9/11 survivor lady. I mean, it's insane.
I'm still waiting for her to talk about the MAGA guys that beat her up in Chicago.
Oh yeah, seriously.
Sure,
and then they were yelling like it's MAGA country. And then I heard that there was like a noose or something in her garage at her dad's like barn that she really got upset about. But that story hasn't come out yet. No,
that's right.
Definitely not.
It's important for me to hear your side of the story, said Shane. I know you've said it on some podcasts, but I need to hear it in person, not in an audio, not with cameras on, nor with lights and makeup. So he's saying she wasn't wearing makeup.
So he's a lie detector?
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she was wearing makeup.
When I'm talking to other survivors, we laugh a lot. We joke. Not about the abuse, but we have a dark humor, not all the time, but like amongst survivors, we weave in and out of intense conversations all the time. Well, I mean, again, you don't have to be a survivor to talk to other survivors in her context here. I would think any people, regardless of their past, dude, actual Holocaust survivors, like the real survivors, the people that survived concentration camps, over the next course of their lives, of the many years, you think they never laughed and joked and talked to other people? Of course they have. That's just a nonsense statement. That's a throwaway. I don't understand why Shane quoted it because it means nothing. Reminds me of my friends and family in AA whose sobriety anniversaries I've attended. And this is Shane talking about it. So Shane's in AA apparently. Sobriety anniversaries I've attended, and the way that the speakers can go from being stunned by their own depravity to laughing at their own depravity. Okay, again, doesn't really say anything.
Yeah, so he's just talking about him going to AA. He doesn't say he's not saying that he was in AA.
How many years have you been sober?
AA. No, he's not saying that he went to AA. He's saying that he had family members that were in AA that he went to support. That's what he said.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I thought he was going to AA and then he was talking about people there, but I guess he's talking about what he's heard about people in AA then. If he was,
he's talking about like going to AA with the family member and listening to them on their anniversary.
Okay. So he wasn't the one who's an alcoholic, but he's bringing he went there with a relative who's brought him there. Got it.
Okay. Who brought him there, and that's where he's trying to like.
Is that a thing? I've never been to an AA meeting. Is it full of people that aren't actually alcoholics?
Yeah, usually if there's like an anniversary or something, they'll try to ask you to bring somebody from in or your family or something like that to support you. Because, like that's a big moment apparently when you get a chip. I never went to AA or anything like that because I wasn't an alcoholic or whatever. I just like to drink. And I could stop anytime, and I did.
I mean, I kind of same here. Used to drink every day. I was a bartender. And I mean, like those don't necessarily go hand in hand, but I drank for many, many years. And right now I haven't had a drink in, what are we, February 6th? So 1 year, 1 month and 6 days.
Wow, you know the days and shit. All I know is that the last time I drank was my birthday.
January 1st. Because last year I decided to take a year off of alcohol. And so I stopped drinking my last drink was December 31st of the previous year. So all of last year, I didn't have a single drop of alcohol. And this year I've been literally too lazy to have a drink. So.
Yeah. I mean, I stopped drinking like 5 years ago, but like after about 3 years of not drinking, I, drink on my birthday in like Vegas or whatever, just to see, like, if I could, drink and be good. And then I did. So, like I waited a year again and then I drank on my birthday again, like had a couple of beers. And then this last year, like I tried to drink on my birthday. I think like I bought like I don't even think I think I bought like a 4-pack of some like Coors or something like that, and then like a little handle like Sailor Jerry's, and I ended up drinking the Sailor Jerry's or whatever like over like didn't even finish drinking it. I don't think I drank a little bit of that, but like I think it took me like a couple of days to drink the Coors Lights. Like I couldn't actually finish one, and I was like, "What the fuck, man?" Like it was actually making me feel really strange.
Interesting.
Like I don't know what it was, but I was like drinking, and then I just was like getting like this weird headache. So I was just like, you know what? I was just like, you know what? No thanks.
During the 90s, back in the whole swing dance scene, after we get back from the bars dancing, we'd go to this little restaurant that I knew where they would keep it open like really late, and we'd get in with some friends, and we'd get bottles of vodka. So we generally would have like a bottle for every 2 people. And then
it's a lot of vodka, man.
It's a good chunk of vodka. No, it wasn't every day, but it was sure as hell every week. And by the time we finish off the vodka, we'd have their last meal from the kitchen before the kitchen closes. Get some pasta, get something good there. Something with carbs to absorb the alcohol, which probably isn't true. It's just a bullshit story. But we all did it. And then hope to God that you got enough sobriety to drive home. And if you didn't, well, then obviously, order a cab. But yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit. Dude, I was out at the peak, probably in the late 90s. I was at Glam Slam, Princess Club, 5 nights a week. I was literally there 5 nights a week. It was crazy. It was a wild
crazy.
time. Yeah.
That sounds crazy. I mean, I spent a lot of time in bars in Tempe, but I was much older, and I mean, I would get off of work for being the cook or whatever, and then I'd take off my jacket, and then I'd just go sit at the bar, throw a couple back, and then walk home because my house is like literally within walking distance of where I worked.
I might find some photos.
Shit, I don't even think I have any photos from that time because that's basically just before smartphones started becoming like
it was way before smartphone. Oh, for you, yeah. It was way before smartphones.
For me, in my time, it was before smartphones. But
it was right
I got a smartphone.
So it was right after the first generation digital cameras came out. They came out in the mid 90s, and so I started getting digital cameras right away because I've always been a photographer. I always had real photo cameras, but for clubs, the digital cameras were great because you could actually see what you're doing right away.
Yeah, you can see what you're doing right away and just boom.
Yeah, and I started shooting a lot of bands, like a lot of the swing bands that are coming through town. I did photo shoots with, and then a lot of, I mean, Glam Slam was definitely my main spot there that I was at, and it was
Glam Slam.
Yeah. It was fun being one of the guys that walked past the line and then had the bouncer pull off the velvet rope to get in.
Mm-hmm.
And so got that whole experience.
Yeah, it looks like I'm just looking at my Google photos. It looks like the first time I actually had like a real smartphone is sometime in like 2014, and that's when I got like my first iPhone.
Okay.
Actually, it was 2013. I got an iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
I had an iPhone 5. And I think I upgraded from like some fucking... It wasn't even a smartphone. It was like an LG thing that slid and had a keyboard. And it was
a little slider phone. Yeah.
Some weird shit. I don't even remember what it was
so much smaller back then. All right, enough for a minute. Let's get back to this. Because we'll never finish that way. So you came back from the Quad Cities after LA, asked Shane. I detoxed here, meaning in Iowa, in Illinois. I was a mess. I honestly don't remember going to the airport. I do not know. Her parents picked her up from the same airport Liza picked me up from. She said she spent more than a week in bed as her mother tended to her. She said she wasn't talking and hardly eating. Again, this is all very consistent with a drug overdose.
Yes.
Totally. It's normal.
Yeah, so
when I got
detox
better,
from crystal meth.
but here's the part.
she would have been
Now we're starting to
detoxing
get
from.
back into stuff that makes a lot less sense. When I got better, I just wanted to go back to LA. Why? What? For the drugs? The sex? What were you?
Drugs for the dick? What?
What were you trying to go back to LA for after you barely survived, according to you, this horrible experience? Ugh. Meth,
And then
somebody
that's
says
the other
meth
thing.
doesn't let you. Somebody firsthand is telling us meth doesn't make you forget stuff.
And I mean, look at his profile picture. You could definitely tell that guy might have done some meth in his life.
Uh-huh. Yeah, man. That's
wild. Is she an addict? Like, how long was she addicted to crystal meth? And then, like, was it a week that she was there actually? Like she's saying, because that's what she's basically making it seem. She got there, her dad got her a place, he drove her there, she had all her stuff, and then a week later, she's overdosing and getting flown back to
But for
California.
drugs, I'm not buying the for drugs part. You could get meth anywhere in any city. You don't need to go to LA to get meth.
That's true.
Why was she wanting to go to LA? Because this girl's always had this dream of being famous. And now she's infamous. You don't have a detox from meth. You mean when you say you don't have a detox, what do you mean? You don't have a drug that you can take from meth, or what do you mean by that, John?
They give people that used to do methadone. And there's even like drugs that they give people.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what John's referring to here.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not really detoxing other than just coming down off of it, and then you're going to be fiending trying to get more for a couple of days. So yeah, I would call that like a detox.
Detox from meth and sleep. Well, that's kind of true from everything. All right. So when I got better, I just wanted to go back to LA. And now Shane's talking. Again, I'm thinking as a father here, and it's hard for me to understand how I wouldn't do whatever I could to prevent my daughter from going back to a place that appeared to destroy her. No shit, Shane. I'd arranged to speak with her parents tomorrow and thought I'd ask how they dealt with that, whether or not you, reader, are believing Eliza. No, we're not. Perhaps she put herself in a very bad situation. Yes. Perhaps you don't believe she was trafficked, totally not trafficked, and sold for sex and drugs to herself. She sold herself for sex and drugs. That's not trafficking, for Christ's sakes. Also, don't think it was when she was 17. She was older. But even if the overdose is the only thing that's real, yep, he's starting to see the light. That is the only thing that's real, maybe. Her parents then would have seen a destroyed version of their young daughter, and I have a hard time putting myself in their shoes without putting up a fight to prevent her returning to LA. No shit. But my kids are still young, and I know I put my parents through hell when I was 17, 18, 19. Nothing could have stopped me then. Yes, they could have, despite all the nightmares waiting for me with open arms. I shared my concern about how and why she would return to LA. Okay, now her talking again. I'm sitting here like, this is like literally so textbook. That whole sentence means nothing. She hadn't said anything there in that entire first piece. What you're witnessing is full textbook abuse. Now, that's a little telling. So she's describing what a textbook situation in her mind of abuse is. Okay. After the first trafficking, which didn't happen, I came home. And when I went back to LA, God only knows why, I called him and he would not talk to me. The musician, I asked, Shane said. Yes, he wouldn't talk to me. He just told me to go to AA. Sounds like a nice man.
Yeah, it sounds like he was trying to give you some good fucking advice.
Oh my God. This is literally the guy who she is claiming trafficked her. This is
sold her for drugs, $500.
Yeah, sold her for drugs. Literally a guy that she met through this photographer who she went to his house, got high as a kite, didn't talk about actually having sex with the guy, may or may not have. But even if she did, so what? She was 18 at the time. We know that, given that she didn't say, I was only 17 when this happened. She says, and then one day, at some point in the future, I went to his house. Okay. So, and then the guy
did
whose
crystal
house
meth.
you left to go to a party where you did, again, so many other drugs that you literally OD'd, and you ended up being dropped off at his house where you think, this is Eliza thinking, thought, I don't want no dead bitch in my house, and therefore he called the ambulance to come and pick her up. I mean, so far, this guy's coming across as like a poor schmuck musician who got a crazy bitch to be following him.
Bitch.
Like literally a crazy bitch who was like a druggie following him and wanting to. And after going home where she should have stayed, she comes back out to LA and just calls him right away.
And then it's trying to get back onto the grind.
Why would you go back to him? I don't know. That's crazy, says Shane. I didn't want to miss the opportunity, she says. What was the opportunity? Being a rock star. Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, I wanted to be a rock star. I wanted to be a model.
She's in search of fame. She's in search of fame. Willing to do anything.
Lord, not chasing goblin.
Fame
what? You got meth? I'll do some of that to be fitting in. Yeah. Make me famous.
Day Trader says, literally worked 8 days straight without sleep. Exactly. Like we've all done that in college. You don't even need drugs to do that. That's totally doable when you're like
nobody says
young,
that.
You got energy.
He did do that. Yes, I've tried every known drug to man, and meth was the one that I liked the most. Stayed up for 8 days straight is what he's saying.
Oh, for meth? Yeah, without sleep. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of harsh. I'm not going to say that I've done meth, but I think that there are a lot of drugs that fuck with your sleep cycle. And if you've done a lot of them, Day Trader, you would know this as well. Meth is not unique in that, but it definitely makes you feel like you don't need sleep. That's for sure. I've heard people tell me. So anyway, so back to Shane. So you won't name names. Can you say if it's a famous person? There are people involved in my story that are very high profile. Maybe they aren't a household name. Okay, so are they high profile or not? But I think if and when it all comes out, people will be like, oh, wow.
If and when.
You go back to him and see him after the phone call, asked Shane. I didn't see him physically. I just called. Yeah, literally, she's like a groupie trying to annoy this poor musician guy whose house she first got stoned in when she came to LA, and then who connected her with the alleged drug dealer that had a party that she went to where she got high as a kite and then overdosed. And then this musician dude had to take care of her to get her medical attention. And then she goes home, and then she comes back after that and immediately rings him up and say, hey, let's meet up and I'll give you some sex and you give me some drugs. And he's like, fuck off, bitch. Go to AA. I want nothing to do with you.
Get out of here. We don't want
nothing. Did you go to AA? I went to AA in Chinatown. Now, again, these fuckers at AA probably won't verify anything because they think it's some kind of confidential thing, which is very convenient for her. All these places have restrictions on confidentiality. Oh, yeah, I was at this hospital and I was at this AA, and none of them can talk about it. I believe it was on the Monday. The meeting itself was called Chinatown. It was in West Hollywood. Okay. And what were you thinking about yourself at the time? I thought I'd been a child prostitute. That's such a bullshit line. Nobody thinks of themselves at 18 years old as being a child anything. If you're a developer, you're a programmer, you're programming, you're never going to, in a million years at 18, call yourself a child programmer.
Never.
You want to resist anybody calling you a child, and you sure as hell aren't going to do it yourself. So if she was actually thinking, I'm a, what did she say? I'm a child
prostitute.
Yeah. Where's that line? Child prostitute. Yeah. if she was thinking I'm a child prostitute, then she was already concocting this crazy fake story that she's got. Is that what you consider yourself? Until I was in my 30s, I didn't even know about trafficking. Uh-huh. That's because you weren't.
Mm-hmm.
And you
didn't
aren't.
get trafficked.
That wasn't. And now you knew her in her 20s. And she's now claiming she was trafficked in her teens, but she didn't even know what trafficking was until her 30s. That wasn't in my language at all.
Stop the phone. Theta Naya just came in with a fucking $199 super chat. Holy shit.
Well, I'll tell you what, this makes it all worthwhile. Eliza, keep going.
Keep going, Eliza. We'll keep doing this. Theta Naya, thank you. I'm going to replay that shit again.
We appreciate that tremendously.
Hose giving them a bad name. Bet actual Hose getting mad attention. Hose giving them a bad name. She says, damn, Theta Naya. Damn, Tanya. Yeah. Holy shit, bro. You just made the entire day, girl. We love you. Thank you for Griftcast IRL to you for your generous donation so that we can keep doing this crap for the rest of our lives.
Yeah. No, honestly, we appreciate that a lot. And we appreciate people buying the merch as well, but we certainly appreciate the super chat donations because you know what do we do here?
We grift.
We break.
And what are we doing here?
We break.
And we need money. So we're just going to replay all of them right now just to make sure. Because we break for super chats. We make sure that we do this content 100% for you guys. And I mean, we make sure we put it out there when people are buying hoodies. When people like Wiley Style buy a hoodie. Or I'm sorry, Heckla buy a hoodie. And people like Wiley Style get themselves organic cotton beanies and other merch. We love that shit too. Heck, we even love it when guys like Grifty give us a little donation to get everything started up. And we definitely love it when Theta Naya drops like a 200 on us just to be nice. Because that is definitely the big thing. And we still need to get Tanya on to tell us her story about her, I guess, now ex-husband or almost ex-husband, Mr. What's his name? Oh, yeah.
Elon Musk?
It's not Elon Musk. It was Stephen Biss. That's right, Stephen Biss. So thank you for that generous donation, making the Griftcast work, making the Grift real, finally getting it there. Yeah,
absolutely. No, I think we're trying to grift and provide a little bit of benefit to you guys as well, whether it's through the merch or whether it's through deconstructing, which is what we're doing, this news story. And poking at all the holes that are in there that the reporter, Shane, should have done himself. Like this whole story should have asked all the questions that I'm bringing up and pointed out all the inconsistencies and the language usage, which, as you can see, when something is true, is very short and clean and plain. She says, I did this, I did that. When she starts talking about things that are a lot more fuzzy, that she's not sure about, it's a very good indicator she's not sure because subconsciously it didn't happen. She's having to be creative about it.
I'll be right back.
All right. Cool. Do you want me to just wait for you or to keep reading?
No, keep going.
All right. Okay. Until I was in my 30s, I didn't know about trafficking. That wasn't in my language at all. My first advocate is the one who told me she believed I had been trafficked. Okay. So this is another very telling thing here. So somebody told her that you were trafficked. It's not your fault. It's somebody else's fault. You weren't responsible for getting high, overdosing, and she hadn't talked about having sex at all, frankly, in this entire article. But if she did have sex, you're not responsible for the sex and the people you had it with. It's all somebody else's responsibility. It's not your responsibility for making a whole series of really bad choices in your life. Find somebody else to blame it on. This is what her advocate was telling her, and I think this is what Eliza believes the job of an advocate is. It's to tell somebody that made a lot of bad decisions in their life that it's not their fault. Let's blame somebody else. Let's find that enabler, that person that allows you to do that. So mean, it's a horrible thing that she's doing to these people that were just sort of incidental in her life. So maybe it's actually, maybe this is the main reason she's not naming names. Because if she was to name names, there would be lawsuits against her that she would lose. Because those people would be directly able to bring witnesses to disprove her stories. And what she doesn't need are actual witnesses, like you were in some sense, DeFanco.
Yeah, an actual witness. Just putting it out there real quick. The guys are working on my power line outside over here that went on fire like a couple of weeks ago or whatever. So I might drop out or whatever. I'm gonna go back outside real quick and figure out exactly like when they're cutting it down. But we should be all right. Just give me a quick second. You can keep going. Just keep going. I'm still listening. I can hear you.
All right.
I'm just. I got the call from the what do you call it? The people.
You got the wireless connection going there. All right. When she says committing crimes plural, I believe she's also referring to her second trafficking experience, which we discuss in a later part of the series. This is now we're getting to his grift. Now Shane is grifting that, hey, this is not all. This is a multi-part series. I'm going to be squeezing out multiple articles that you all should be reading based on this one incident. So he's hinting that there'll be a part 2, maybe more. And in that piece, we'll talk about the next trafficking experience that she comes up with. All right, let's keep going. At that time, I thought, oh, I'm an addict. I wasn't thinking about trafficking. Now, this sounds a little more lucid. This sounds a little more clear, because if she's realizing that she's now addicted, and by the way, to those of you that have been addicted to substances and you happen to be in chat, feel free to chime in here. I've tried a lot of different things. I've never been addicted to anything. I've never really had an urge that I have to go out and get some kind of a drug or other. But I'm also not like doing it every week either. So maybe if you do it for weeks, then you get a lot more addicted to stuff. So I'm curious to see what people will say.
Actually, I have some experience in that.
Do you?
I've pretty much tried like all of the substances. And, specifically, I only like tried, I think like methamphetamines one time or whatever. And I didn't actually know what it was at the time, but like, I didn't have any problems with that. I mean, even when I was going through like cocaine is probably the closest thing that I could say that, was maybe an addiction, because I was spending more money on it than I should have been. But at the same time, I still was able to get.
How many times have you done coke?
Over like a couple of year period, quite a few times actually.
Okay.
So
I've done it like twice, and I enjoyed both times. But
most people enjoy it.
It wasn't like running out to get more. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm like not running out to get more or anything like that, but partying on the weekends. And I think ultimately what ended stopping it for me is the fact that it gets stepped on by so many people. So once I finally got the hookup from somebody that, had the good shit or whatever, like my consumption rate, I think went down a lot, because like literally it was like for some people, they would be doing like these monster freaking lines of this garbage shit. And I would just be like, that's basically it, that's all I need. Right. But cocaine is one of those things that can be easily abused, but there's people out there that like, do it to stay up or whatever. And I think that in the music industry, that's probably one of the main drugs that's out there. I mean, everybody's done it. Even if they said that they haven't done it, they've been in a bathroom doing some shit like that. And like, methamphetamine is only in the music field, from my experience in there, like that's not something that very many people were doing. And usually if they were doing it, they were doing it because they were either trying to do some kind of weight loss thing, or they were just already hopelessly addicted to it. It was mostly punk rockers that were into like the meth and stuff like that. Like most of the other like scene kids and stuff like that stayed away from the meth, and were usually either purely weed, some type of like MDA substitute, press pills or whatever, because those things are all over the place. And then there was also ketamine, but like ketamine was the hardest thing for most of those people to get. But that was the one thing that all of them would be looking for, because they would do all of that shit and then they would do the ketamine, and then that's how they would like, relax, chill out for the rest of the freaking night. So that's actually a thing. And then look at I used to like doing coke and watching movies. Oh yeah, that's a fun thing to do, doing coke and watching movies. That's a good thing to do.
I couldn't do that, dude. I get very talky. I need to be in a bunch of people. Like, there's got to be lots of people to have conversations with. So
I've been there on that. Like, that's how some people get on mushrooms too, which is really interesting. Specific types of psilocybins or whatever. But something to think about.
And I really like. I have not done it for years now, but I really like MDMA. Like,
I don't actually. I like pure MDMA or a press pill with like some other shit in it. I don't like pure MDMA because that shit makes me fucking tired. Like I'm like,
you're kidding. I'm the opposite, man. I'm totally the opposite.
You're not taking pure MDMA. You're probably
no. I am. I got it from a medical farm facility. Yeah.
Like, so you're just taking like little crystals in a little tube, right? A little white pill, and you just eat that.
It is. It was from a. I've got some connections with a research lab. Yeah.
So that makes sense, but like for some people, like it does give them like really up. But me in particular, no, like it just makes me tired, bro. I don't like it. I never liked it.
Yeah.
But MDMA is, pretty much the pinnacle for what most people try to go for. It's just that there's so many different variations on what you can get out there and what it's cut with. I mean, pure MDMA is different than any of the other things, right? And all the other things can be cut with any number of different things: caffeine, mescaline, fucking speed, meth.
Yeah,
you never know.
And this is my
people like the meth stuff. Just be honest.
My I don't know what you would call this particular, I guess, fear. I don't know if it's really fear, but like I just don't trust people that aren't actual professionals. So I've never gotten any drugs from anybody that it didn't come from either a medical or a research facility. Like I just, no offense, I would not get drugs from you, dude, even if they were free. Like I just don't know where they come from. You know what I mean?
Well, I gotta have somebody that. See, that's where you're wrong, though, is because I only get my stuff from verified sources that usually come from some kind of like facility. And like I usually had a homie that we used to give him the shit. He would test it, tell us all of the stuff about it, and then he would refine it back to being the good stuff, and then remove all of the bad stuff. So it's like. Well, I never sold anything. That's the thing is like, for most parts, like I wasn't the guy selling anything. I was just the guy that was like, I'm only going to the approved sources. Like I was the guy hanging out at the dance save booth sometimes, like helping you test your shit. That's what I was doing. Okay. So like there's been a few festivals where if you were, like you got some stuff, you would bring it to me at the dance safe booth, and then I would be like, all right, what you got? Tell me what you got. And then, I would grab my little kits or whatever. And depending on if it was a cool place, we would do it right there, but that was very rare. Most of the time we would have to say, okay, you follow this person. They're going to take you around the festival a little bit.
PCP or anything crazy like that, have you?
No, I've never seen that actually. I mean, the craziest thing I ever did was probably lewds, and that was because like a friend of mine literally smuggled. I think he alleges that he smuggled them out of the last country that had them, and then found me at a festival, and he was like, "Bro, I've been saving this for you," and he like went into his fanny pack, pulled out like a little tiny bag, and he was just like, "A lewd." He was like, "It's a lewd."
That's funny.
And he gave it to me. Swear to God, though. Best time ever. That's the best time ever. I had a great time.
The thing that I've not done in literally decades because I knew that this I would get addicted to is opium, like actually smoking opium, because it was so good. It was like the best feeling ever. And I kind of made a promise to myself. I said, this is going to be how I retire. I'm never going to do this shit until after I'm retired.
Yeah, like when you're retired, you're like rich as fuck. You can, go hide out in an opium den and
Well,
some
rich as fuck, and you've lived enough of a life to not really care if you don't wake up the next morning.
Yeah, that seems like if
It's
that's
that
the way
combination.
you want to go.
And I know for some people that would not be their reaction to opium, but for me that was like, I've never tried anything like opium. And I've had plenty of prescription opiates that I've tried, and that just does not compare.
Things are awful. Yeah, they don't.
Nope.
But that's why people are like addicted to them. Yeah, we should get back to the shit. But before we do that, we should probably take a little. Yeah, dude, I had the same problem actually. I had to put something over my blinds.
I got to do that. The problem is it's two different blinds depending on what time of day I'm doing this. It's coming from different holes in the blinds. So, but yeah, I got to fix it. Either that or just embrace it.
Is that why you normally wear the sunglasses or whatever? You're not
I know,
wearing
right?
You're not wearing your shades.
What's up with that, man? Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I might have to actually go get me some. Like, are those actual real Ray-Bans?
No, they're knockoffs.
Oh, okay, cool. Because I was like, dude, you're gonna make me get actual real Ray-Bans. Because
No.
which I was gonna go with some turtles. I can get them for like $65.
Yeah, I mean, I don't these. I
turtle
only wear
or black?
these
that's the question.
For the camera. I wear totally different glasses for driving in the car and stuff. I find that the only way to make sure I have sunglasses in the car is to they never leave the car. I would just take them off and leave them in the car. Otherwise, I'll forget to put them in.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Cherie got me this pair of old person glasses that I loved.
Mm-hmm.
They're like cover everything or whatever. Those are my favorite, but I don't know what I did with them. I lost them. Those are my favorite kind. Only like 2 pairs of kinds of glasses, or 3 pairs. I will wear Ray-Bans, the Wayfarers, or the Aviators, and then those old person glasses. If not, no sir, no sirree, Bob. So you want to do a Grift segment? Or you want to go back into this? We should do a Grift segment.
I mean, let's do a short Grift segment, and then we'll go back in.
So we want to thank everybody that's out there watching us right now. And obviously we do this because we like to make money. And then, it's about 20% about actual news and 80% us being jackasses. So obviously check out our link tree so you can go make Streamlabs donation, Venmo donation, Cash App donation, PayPal donations. There. It's got everything right there. And then at the same time, you can go check out our Griftcast IRL store where you can see our crazy good merch. Hey, why is it trying to make me log in? Oh, it's because I hit the login button. That's why. Donate. And you can go to the merch store and you can buy some pretty sweet merch out there. And we made sure to set up the domain so that it was extra cool for all of you guys, not something that you would see set up overnight from any of the other boys and girls. And I mean, I even left it open there for a little bit so somebody could have stolen it and nobody even tried. Bitches. I like it. I like it. So
it's good merch, good quality stuff. I've got a few of these things.
Nice. And then, you can also just go to griftcastirl.com to just check out the website and you can watch chat. All you got to do is log into your account and you can watch chat right from that page. You can make donations through the direct donation tip if you want to bypass Google's overlord of taking our money. And then obviously check out copybrandcoffee.com. You can definitely go buy some coffee off of us and our friend Big Grift Daddy Jeremy. Just make sure you use promo code Griftcast at the checkout.
Yeah, that'll get you 5% off, and then it'll give us a couple of bucks as well. It's not much, but it's better than nothing, right? It's better than a poke in the eye.
It's better than a poke in the eye. You just get every little bit of something, and it'll make you feel better.
The caffeine is a real drug.
Is caffeine a real drug, though?
Oh, yeah. It's very addictive. Very addictive.
I like it. I like it, though. I like it. So definitely check it out. Yeah. Welcome to the Griftcast, buy
And
our
then
shit.
they also have tea because, like, I don't drink much coffee these days, but they also have tea and hot cocoa.
Tea and hot cocoa. And I mean, that gives you basically all of the different options. You got water, coffee, tea, hot cocoa. Because why the fuck would you be drinking soda? That shit's bad for you.
Oh, soda's horrible for you.
You're drinking high fructose corn syrup. Yep, every day.
Yeah.
Love it.
Oh, I gotta pop this comment up real quick because this is so funny.
Jim James brought 3 vids while Griftcast has been on.
He
Yeah,
is
I know,
King
that's
Grifter.
crazy.
I mean, Jeremy knows how to grift like to the max, which he's figured out that one long video is way worse a grift than 3 short videos because he's making YouTube money on all this shit, not just the money off the ads, the money off of donations, but he's making money off the YouTubes as well.
And then, I mean, we can look at his
It's going to be a tough one, dude. We're going to challenge him for Grifter of the Year at the this year's awards, but Jeremy,
we're going to need to start making
man.
videos. We're going to need to start making videos, dog. Because, like, look now.
We're going to start cranking out clips soon. We're going to start doing the little vertical short clippy things.
Look at this.
I'm definitely planning on getting that going soon.
I'm starting to make videos and shorts and just starting to put them out there, and they're actually getting caught. In most cases, they're getting more views than just the regular videos. So my idea right now is just news topic, do a 60-second short about it, maybe 30-second short about it, and then just crank 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6 of those out as fast as you can.
Let's get that 1.7 million a year.
Yeah, look at that. 1.7, 107K to 1.7K. And that's what he's making in estimated earnings just from views. This isn't including super chats and stuff, which he's recently started sucking
up. Or coffee or anything else, or shorts.
Yeah.
Or anything. Yeah.
Well, there's definitely something.
Jeremy's, and he's doing it smart. I will say he's only got 3 employees, he said. And so he's probably doing somewhere in I'm sure he's over $1 million a year. But I don't know how much over $1 million. But with 3 employees, that it's probably spending $250 to $300 on those 3 employees, maybe closer to the $250 side, and a little bit on the marketing budget. But Jeremy's doing all right. He's doing okay. He's paying his mortgage for sure. Good for him. All right, should we get back to the story here? The article.
Yeah, we should get to the story. Like, I can't believe Jeremy's put $3 out. But has he made $200 today?
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Probably, actually. To be perfectly honest, he did.
All right, so here we go. Important. This is important. This is Eliza talking. Until I was in my 30s, I didn't even know about trafficking. That wasn't in my language. My first advocate is the one who told me that I was trafficked. Once I told her my story. I had no language. I thought I was the one that was committing crimes. So she's right on that last sentence when she thought she was the one committing crimes. She was the one that was using drugs and alcohol before she was illegally allowed to use alcohol. She was the one that had no self-control and had gotten herself OD'd at a party she went to. If she was engaging in sexual activities, there's been nothing at all in this article, in the first 2/3 of the article, to indicate that there was anybody that was holding a gun to her head. She literally was a groupie party girl who wanted drugs. And it sounds like for the first 30 years of her life, or until she was in her 30s, she was reasonable enough to see things the way they actually were. And then somebody had convinced her that, oh, it's not your fault. It's that guy's fault. It's his fault. He was your trafficker. He was the gateway that enabled you to make all these bad decisions that you made yourself, but it's not your fault. And this is part of the problem in the Western culture, is we have people like this that will convince somebody that their bad decisions are somebody else's fault. Oh, it's not your fault. It's only because you're black. It's only because you're trans. It's only because you're a woman. And take all the responsibility away from the person that actually made the decisions to do the things they did, and then place them on somebody else. And that's
crazy.
Well, it's not just crazy. I think it's doing disservice to the people that actually made bad decision, because you will never learn from a bad decision if you're not the one that you're putting the responsibility on. You know, like
100%.
I learned that I really liked the way that opium made me feel. And I decided there and then, when I was in my 20s, I'm never going to do this shit until I'm retired, because I know that I'm very likely to get addicted to it. So I'm going to hold off on doing
You'll
it.
die.
If I could have just pointed at somebody and said, well, I wasn't the one responsible for, trying opium in the first place. Maybe it was that person. So I guess it's their fault. It's not my fault. Bullshit. That's bullshit. You got to own your life.
Bullshit.
If you don't own your life, then you're not living it. All right. So
When she
going
said she
on
was
here.
committing crimes, plural, I believe she's
Right.
also referencing her second trafficking experience, which we'll
Mhm.
discuss in a later part of the series. Gotta respect the grift right there. That's the grift.
That's a total grift. Yeah, exactly. I mentioned
That's
that. I guess
grift.
I'd read that before as well. Did the man in LA who sold you to get in trouble, or sold you get in trouble? Asked Shane.
You skipped
I
it.
don't-
You skipped the line.
Did I?
Oh,
What did I
I'm
skip?
an addict. You said at the time I thought, oh, I'm an addict. I
Oh.
wasn't thinking about my trafficking. I was thinking I just have a drug and alcohol problem. I remember I tried to tell my first AA sponsor what happened with the guys in LA. I was still on my spirit. It was still in my heart. I was very young. So like she mentions it right there. I was an addict. I was an
She was an
alcoholic.
addict.
A
She's
drug
totally an
problem.
addict.
And then, did the man who sold you in LA get in trouble? I don't know. I haven't looked. Almost thought about looking right before you came here, but I
But
can't.
didn't, because
But I can't. She knows,
I
but
can't, because she'll get in
this is the guy.
trouble. Because the guy, if she points a finger at somebody, they'll talk about all the shit that actually happened, where it was all her.
It was all her. It was her thing.
What keeps you from looking? Shane asks. Why go back? She says. Well, because you've built your whole fucking career on a lie. That's why go back. Because you're pretending to be something you're not. You're pretending that somebody did something to you. And the only person that legitimately in your story did something to you is your parents, who clearly failed at raising a sensible kid. Because the first thing you did is, when you're going to LA, is go find drugs. I'm really wondering if there was a drug issue back in Illinois, where she lived. Because,
Probably.
she
It's
doesn't
safe
talk
to
about
assume.
it. But it'd be fun to talk about some high school kids that went to school with her and see just how many drugs she was doing back there.
Because I know for a fact that they were doing drugs back in the 2007 to 2009 era. There's no question about it. And there was definitely lots of cocaine and other shit flying around over there. So, I don't think that she can honestly say that she wasn't into that shit at that point in time. So, 2007 to 2001, it doesn't seem to fit the bill on her whole.
It's highly unlikely.
No, very unlikely. Super unlikely.
I mean, we've all gone to parties where, like, you're going with somebody that knows somebody and you don't know the people at the party, and maybe it's not your scene. She didn't go to a party and then, like, want to leave. She went to the party, did crazy drugs, passed out, became overdosed, and she thinks she was there for a week. Yeah, this is not trafficking. This is in no way trafficking. That is, and then to say that
sad story at that point.
$500, and you remember she kept saying, I was sold for $500. I was sold for $500. Well, in this version of the story, there was no $500. Like, oh, we're out of drugs. I guess we're gonna have to sell you to get more drugs. So what? There was $500 worth of drugs.
I mean, that's a lot of freaking meth. I don't see anybody giving that much meth up for some sex, bro. I mean,
it does not
$20, $80. Like, I don't know all the different.
I don't know about you or your experience with chicks that are high and sex. They're horrible. Like, chicks that are high suck at sex. They're not worth having sex with. Okay. You want somebody who's paying attention to what they're doing, who's actually trying to be good at having sex. And at making sure that you have a good time. A drugged out, passed out chick is the last person you want to have sex with. Unless you're Bill Cosby.
One.
Bill Cosby, maybe.
What?
But everybody else, you don't want to be going there. That's not the kind of sex you want to have.
You know, that's the question. Is that he must have liked that Jello for some reason.
Hey.
Hey.
Now she's saying,
sorry.
Shane's saying, wouldn't you find some type of solace in knowing that he was in jail? And then she cuts him off. I don't think he's alive. Oh, that's convenient, isn't it? So the guy
he's dead and you're not going to name him?
Yeah, exactly. But you could be out there preventing others from getting hurt by him if he was still alive. She took a deep breath, obviously annoyed that Shane's even asking before responding. I understand. I do. And I think about that myself. There were multiple times I tried and it never went well for me, she said, referring to the second man who she says abused and trafficked her. That's the one that we're not going to find out about until part 2 of the article comes out.
Which is going to come back next week.
Mm-hmm. Stay tuned for part 2. Look, at this point, there is number 1, there are laws that aren't going to work in my favor. Oh, that's okay. At this point, number 1, there are laws that aren't going to work in my favor. The LA stuff is in the past. Sometimes there are provisions where if it's over 10 years, but like generally speaking, it's all he said, she said. You mean she lied. Simply accusing someone with no evidence. Aha, there is no evidence. She admits it.
No evidence. No evidence.
It would not end well for me. And when I say no evidence, I mean like no
Zero.
evidence. Like I have no evidence for this first story, right? So it would literally be the most he said, she said, and nobody's going to be like, you know what? Yep, she's right. Well, she's showing a little bit of sense here, knowing that she sucks at lying and no one would say, yep, she's right, because she ain't right, because she's lying. The whole thing's just made up bullshit that has nothing to do with sex. And it does have to do with an underage girl drinking and a girl of any age having drugs. It does have to do with that, but it doesn't have anything to do with the things that she's accusing this person of having happened. The same guy who told her to go to AA, mind you, when she called him up when she came back to LA. He said, nope, I want nothing to do with you, bitch. Go to AA.
You know, it's funny now. I feel better that we're both wearing sunglasses because now we're extra shady.
Yeah, we are shady. Well, the grift should be, yes. Well, I'm glad you reminded me. I just totally forgot. I forgot about the glasses here.
Yeah, we got Griftcast glasses.
Yeah, Grift. We should sell. Oh, dude, we should find a place where we can get Griftcast glasses.
I used to be
somebody
able to
that sells those
bamboo glasses. Yeah, we probably could. Branded glasses. We could definitely.
The only thing I don't like about cheap glasses is their lenses usually suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to get mine done at the eye doctors and.
We can start an Amazon store selling glasses.
That's right. We could do that.
We'll make them out of bamboo and shit.
You know, when people read this and they don't trust you, they will say, you're just making this shit up, says Shane. Most of this is going to run off faith in me as a writer, but on you too. Oh, okay. Most of this is going to run off faith in me as a writer, but on you as well, says Shane. So Shane is at least a little self-conscious knowing that his story is going to make him look like he's pathetic and not a good writer.
Good.
He's aware of that while doing the story. Maybe he ought to have done a better job at the story.
He could have tried a little bit more, maybe
he could have asked a few questions for fuck's sake. And then she says, I could lie to you right now and say he's so-and-so. No, you can't, because then you'll really be in trouble. I could lie right now and say he's dead. Well, you kind of did say that. I could lie to you right now and say he's in jail. Well, you don't know how. Of course, that'd be a lie.
Yeah.
It would have been more advantageous for me to lie, which you are doing. She knows that lying is good for her. I would have sounded better if I could lie, but I told you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. I know that the haters are going to say, but I'm telling you the truth. She hasn't told him dick. She hasn't given any names. She hasn't given any specifics, no dates. He hasn't asked. He's failed as a writer to ask the right probing questions. He's just given her softballs. And I'm definitely disappointed because Shane's whole, I guess, persona as a journalist rather than simply a writer is going down the toilet quick. Because unless part 2 takes a sharp turn to where it points to her lying, it really does seem like Shane's only job here is to be cover, is to be positive PR spin for what Eliza's grift has been.
Just like I said, which is sad to think that this is how they would actually roll this whole thing. And this is what Cassandra Fairbanks and Tim Pool and basically the entirety of the cast have all been hiding behind. They're like, yeah, Shane's going to take care of this. People like Shane's articles. We're big enough to be able to get Shane in on this one, and we ain't got nothing to worry about.
Yeah,
but
we'll see what ends up happening. I think people not hearing names means that you must be keeping things vague to keep the story straight, says Shane. The problem is sometimes when you let things fester, you start drinking, doing drugs, getting into abusive relationships, she said. Okay, so that, again, now notice in this sentence, the problem is sometimes when you let things fester, you start drinking, you start doing drugs, you start getting into abusive relationships. That's true. All of those things are true, is that you did get into that kind of stuff. And by the way, being in an abusive relationship, and in this case, maybe just a verbally abusive one, because she'd never talked about any kind of physical injuries to herself. She didn't go to the hospital because she got beat up. She went to the hospital because she overdosed.
Yeah, so she was on drugs. She overdosed.
She was on drugs.
Yeah. Meth.
Is this why you haven't been as fully open with your story? Shane asked. There's a multitude of reasons, she said. When I stepped forward publicly, I had already been an advocate for a while, privately. I was intentionally like, oh, I'm going to walk in the shadows. It was like, there's a million trillion different ways to be an advocate. I didn't want to be a public advocate, and I didn't want to be a public survivor. Yeah, that's why she got on every fucking show on YouTube that she could, because she didn't want to be public. What a load of trash. This is just more blatant lying coming out of her. It's just bullshit. How, like, she's literally lying about things that are documented even more. She lied about what her past is like. That's why she had to go and get all the people blocked off Twitter and now YouTube channels to remove content where they're saying something negative about her, because she's been lying about her past. I literally
was a person that knew her from her past. I'm putting out information. I get suspended from Twitter after they say they're no longer going to be permanently suspending for people for shit. And it's like this whole entire situation is blown so out of proportion, and this is not the way of handling it. I mean, like I said, it's like, look at the Yee article that he wrote. Like, if you thought that was like, stalwart reporting or whatever, I'm sorry. I got a bridge to sell you in Arizona or whatever. I got water.
I didn't want to be a public survivor. I can unpack like why I didn't want to be a public survivor. Look at my current life. This is why I didn't want to be a public survivor. Believe it or not, I didn't want to be a public survivor. Yeah, I'm not believing it, because everything she's actually done contradicts what she's saying. She's been grasping at fame, at notoriety for the entirety of her life. This is why she moved to LA in the first place.
Yeah, and she says it so plainly in this article, it's almost like hard to read. Like, I wanted to be famous. I wanted to be a musician, a model. And everything about her has been there. So, it's just going and hunting for fame, just in a different place with a different situation. And now we're finally, I think, going to get something, because she says her first appearance publicly as a survivor on the human trafficking and as an advocate for survivors was through the article with the Daily Wire written by Amanda Prestigiacomo. So, like, that's the thing. Prestigiacomo. And that's the Daily Wire article that we've shown you guys before, back from April 2nd of 2020. You know what I mean? And that was like immediately
literally like less than 3 years ago. She set up
the story, right? Like, this is when she's basically telling Shane that I got with this Amanda girl. This Amanda girl heard this, random story I was telling and decided to have me come forward with my real story. That's what we're talking about here.
Yeah,
And
because
dude,
she's talked about this before in more depth than in this article, where she described that she reached out to Daily Wire to simply talk about a topic about how Twitter is running these, I guess, links to child porn stuff, and that she wanted them to cover it. And they said, oh, well, why don't you come out and tell us about your story?
yeah, that
And then
seems
she
a
had
little
to come up with a
strange,
story.
right? Like it seems like they would have been asking her about her story the whole entire time. Like it doesn't even seem like it really has anything to do with Twitter whatsoever.
No, and I think this was this is like there's no evidence of this. This is just me kind of putting things together onto what could have happened. But I think that she had probably already before COVID gotten into this space of trying to use sexual trafficking and or child pornography as what her cause is. She was sending out, she said in one of the interviews that she reached out to a multitude of publications, including Daily Wire. Daily Wire was one of the first ones to come back. And in talking about this story, she probably, most likely, this is what happened, is she kind of put her foot in the mouth by saying something that alluded to her also being a survivor. So she didn't say, hey, I really think that these people that are predators, that are doing child porn, they're horrible, evil people, I want to stop them. Like, you could do all of that without ever having been in any of the situations she's alluding to having been in.
Think about it this way, though, is that she's also got a dual purpose and even talking about this stuff, because she could have been alluding to the fact that, oh, well, there was people that were putting my, like, you know, Fly Girl accounts, and then they were copying my images and trying to sell me, traffic me in that way. And then that kind of brings it back to the whole Michael Malice interview. Like, she talks about how she was a sex worker, and you know, for a while there, especially during the pandemic when it first started, everybody was writing articles about sex workers and, you know, what's the pandemic going to do for them, you know, how are they supposed to make money. And it's like, now that we're seeing that area, it seems like they just basically angled themselves out on the story, and they work together to come forward, because it's not only this Amanda Presto person, but then there's the Joanna Krieger from the Teslarati articles that has also been heavily involved in promoting Eliza and like her story, and is the confirmation person associated to it. And if you look at this, there was an actual picture that I think I saw that shows her, Ella G. Irwin, and that other girl from Teslarati all together in like a photograph. So it's just really weird.
Okay. Well, she likes being in photographs. We know this. She said she reached out to the Daily Wire at the beginning of the COVID lockdown. She wanted to see if they covered the way lockdowns would affect human trafficking. The lockdowns, she predicted, would increase risk for vulnerabilities. I didn't reach out to them to cover me. I didn't want to be the public about my story advocacy, she said. But clearly, given first opportunity, it turned all about her.
Yeah, it became all about her almost immediately. And then back then in 2020, she didn't have any advocacy going. Her story came out in like February or something. It was sex trafficking month or whatever, January, and then February she was a sex trafficking advocate, and then 2 months later she's getting interviewed by the Daily Wire because she personally started emailing everyone herself to get articles written.
Yep. Eliza claimed she did not want her name and face included in the article, but according to her, Prestigio Como had fought to include these details as she believed it would give the article more reach. Well, that sounds reasonable. I could totally see him doing that. The two went back and forth about this until Eliza finally agreed to allow them to use her name and image. Prestigio Como previously tweeted this about her reaction, had tweeted this about her decision to ask Eliza to use her name. You want to read that?
Yeah, Eliza came to me during the pandemic with serious worried about abuse and trafficking. Her concern was always with others. She has so much knowledge about how to address this vital issue, otherwise largely ignored. I I asked her to include her name and photo because I thought it would bring more attention to the issue, and it did. I don't regret asking her to do so. She's one of the fiercest fighters I know. I'm told she's now being targeted personally, right, as she's helping Elon Musk fight child exploitation on Twitter. Strange timing.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I think this was a pivotal moment for Eliza because up until that point, she really wasn't claiming to be a victim, except perhaps to the women that she was personally working with. God knows what she was doing. But other than that, that was the first public foray into Eliza the Survivor myth that we currently see out there.
The mythos.
Yeah. So Eliza could just blame Amanda and say, well, she forced me to come up with a story, so I came up with this story, kind of tying some loose items from my past, refocusing it as though I was not in control of my own decisions. I mean, she could dump this on Amanda if she really wanted to. So far, she hasn't. But I think if pressed hard enough against the wall, Eliza's going to start pointing fingers at everybody else other than herself.
Yeah, it looks like that tweet's been deleted.
Has it? Okay, that's not surprising. Eliza and Press Giancomo also direct messages to each other about the conversation. These are screenshots. Yeah, you don't even want to tell your story. You wanted to help others and get out as much information as possible. Didn't want to make it about you, and I thought your name and face would help bring more attention to it, so I asked you to include it. As far as this, we can tell from the specific experience, Eliza didn't immediately jump into the idea of notoriety through advocacy, at least not in the very beginning. Clearly did later. Even still, I asked her, this is Shane talking, about the accusation that about the accusation that everything she has done has been purely for fame. And Eliza's reply was, I've literally told everyone from day one that I wanted to be famous. My parents knew that when I was a little girl. Ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding.
Yep. Doesn't deny it. Completely right in front of your face.
And it's what we've been saying since starting to read the article. Everything points to this, that Eliza wanted to be famous. And whatever she did, she made the decisions to do to achieve that goal from her childhood of fame and notoriety. And now she's notorious.
Now she's a notorious internet provocateur.
Notorious ELIZ.
The notorious dude, that would be a great shirt.
All right. You want to read a little bit here? I got to take a drink.
All right. I want people to remember this. Wait. Oh, sorry. She said that she's already seen levels of fame, I believe referencing her past doing hair and makeup with bands such as My Chemical Romance and covers for Spin Magazine, something that we will get later in this conversation. I want people to remember this, she told me. If you look through my history, I've never had trouble hanging around famous people. When I became a survivor advocate, I had a fully popping Instagram that was just sitting there once I got back control of it. So somebody else had her Instagram controlled of because she's had multiple
seem weird.
Instagram accounts. And right now, her sister currently controls the Instagram account that used to be hers, known as Eliza Knows. There's still pictures of her on there, and some people still haven't even seen that, but it's like TM something or other. I think that's something that we've actually seen on. We've talked about, showed on the channel. So I don't know what she means she got control of it. I mean, it seems like her sister always had control of it. What, you got a bad relationship with your sister? And you're going to call having 1,600 followers on Instagram popping? I mean, at one point I had 1,200 followers on Instagram, and I was not considering that popping myself. I figured that was just basically nothing.
I don't have an Instagram. That's for kids.
Yeah, if Griftcast IRL has Instagram now, I mean, it's just my Instagram, but we have one.
It's like, what? All right. Where are you at? What's your next sentence here?
said she's or a lot of people are seeing you in various videos looking happy or calling your mom and seeing how proud you are of being in a music video. Are these things proof that you were only doing it for fame? What do you think people are missing about you? I asked.
Shane
Well,
S, yeah.
number one, yeah, Shane. That's Shane basically just being like, "Hey, straight up, what's up with this right here, girl?" Well, number one, I don't think people understand human trafficking, even though you could just Google what it means, then
Like she did.
also listen to a bunch of survivor stories and go to human trafficking hotline or the Polaris Project website. My entire Twitter feed for the last year has not been dedicated to educating people, and clearly no one was reading any of it. That actually has been one of the biggest hits of this whole thing. I'm like, my gosh, they weren't reading what I'm posting. And like, totally, we were reading what you were posting. It's just that you were reposting other people's information. You weren't really educating anybody. I mean, for the most part, it seemed that most people are already pretty much educated to it. And it still seems, even to this day, she still can't really explain what trafficking is, because throughout this
No.
article, we haven't seen her say anything about an actual trafficking event. We've seen that she sold herself for some drugs so that she could get high, and then eventually
we saw her
Yeah.
go to a party to get drugs.
Yeah, we go to a party to get drugs and allegedly paid for it in sex. That's what we saw. So we see an addict basically reinventing their story. And this is the thing, is like, it's no problem if you're an addict. I don't have a problem with addicts. It's just that you have to be clear on your history. You can't turn yourself into a victim later on because you invented or found out about a new way of applying the same ideology to something that already had happened.
Mhm.
That right there is kind of what I mean. And then there's the definition of human trafficking on Google. You want to read it?
Yeah. Well, so human trafficking, this is actually in Neva, not Google.
I'm sorry,
but
Nevil.
same-
I don't know. It looks like
It's
Google.
it's an AI search engine. Human trafficking involves the use of force, fraud, coercion to obtain some type of labor or commercial sex act. It's a crime against the person because of the violation of the victim's rights of movement through coercion and because of their commercial exploitation. It can occur within the country or transnationally. So let's look at that. So human trafficking involves the use of force. What force was used against Eliza that she's mentioned?
None. She hasn't mentioned any force used against her
There's
whatsoever.
zero force mentioned. She's doing drugs with some dude, and then some days later, or some time later, some unknown amount of time later, she decides that, or no, she doesn't decide, but she says, and then he says, we're going to have to sell you for sex. Now, I didn't bring this up when we were first reading it, but that also would be a pretty funny thing to say to your to a chick you're hanging out with as a joke. If she's like, dude, we got to get more drugs. You're out of drugs. What are we going to do? Well, hey, we should just sell you for more drugs. That would get more drugs. Ha ha. That's another possibility. If the guy said anything similar to what she described, it literally could have been a joke. I don't want to scroll all the way back up there. That was like a third of the way down. Or she could just be completely rephrasing, which is what I originally said, what his phrase is, because she said something like, or, she indicated it wasn't a direct quote for him that he wanted to sell her. And also, why would it be we? Well, who would ever say, we're going to sell you for drugs? No, it'd be, I'm going to sell you for drugs if that person was going to sell you for drugs. There's no force. There was nothing that she said, and then he tied up my hands, and then he put me in handcuffs, and then he somehow applied force to get me to go to that party where I was at for a whole week. Fraud. So where's the fraud happening? So far, she's the only one that's committing fraud. Again, there's nothing that she's described in the article that would indicate that there's fraud. She doesn't even have any coercion in there. There was nothing that said, and then he told me that he would kill my parents if I didn't go to this party. There was no threat, implied or actual there. She literally just says, and then we run out of drugs. And the guy said something to the effect of, now we're going to have to sell you to get drugs. And then I went to the party and I was there and there was a bunch of people there. They were coming and going. And I got really high and I stayed there
for like a week. I don't even know. And then I overdosed. Where's the fucking coercion? Where's the fraud? Where's the force? Like, none of it is mentioned here. So people aren't upset that she's not just giving names. I mean, we are upset that she's not providing names. She's also not providing the basic requirements to be able to legitimately call what happened to her human trafficking. Whatever happened in reality was not human trafficking.
Not even close.
No. All right.
It's not
Where
even
do we
close.
leave it off?
Not human trafficking.
Oh, here we go. Yeah. Go ahead.
Is that what it was? She continued, but any other piece that they don't understand is abusive or abusive situation. Like, quite frankly, you, Shane, could be my trafficker, or I could be your trafficker. We're at a truck stop and we're going somewhere and looking like we're having a lonely conversation, and you and I could leave it here and get into a car, and no one would be any the wiser. Somebody snapped a picture of us right now, they'd be like, oh, look, they're friends or in a relationship. Normal. I guess that's a good place to ask.
Stop. Dude, first of all, you're ignoring periods. Like, take a breath during a period or something. You just like run on sentence here. But there's an important thing she says here, which is a threat. This is what's known as a veiled threat. Well, look, quite frankly, you, Shane, could be my trafficker if you don't be careful. She's just as likely to point the finger back at Shane and say, Shane, instead of doing an interview with me, was clearly attempting to traffic me and silence me. I mean, that's a threat right there. I don't know how it couldn't be. They don't, but the other piece that they don't understand is abuse and abuser situations. Like, quite frankly, meaning realistically, you, Shane, could be my trafficker. I mean, I don't know, dude. It sounds like a veiled threat to me. Or I could be your trafficker. Ha ha. We're at a truck stop. We could be going somewhere and looking like we're having a lovely conversation. And you and I could leave here and get in the car. I mean, if I was in that conversation, that'd be the point in time where I would make sure that I was using at least 2 different backup recording devices and probably turn a camera on. Because she's indicating she's willing to pull something.
Yeah, she's indicating that there's a problem.
I guess that's a good place to ask about the clip of you on Michael Malice's podcast, where you seem to give the definition of trafficking as though it's just catfishing. Good point, right?
That's a great point.
She said.
Exactly what she did.
Yeah, she did. That case is very nuanced. The word nuanced is usually used by people that were just caught in a lie. That's typically where it's utilized. Because you're saying, look, there's a lot of angles here. You're not really understanding all of them. Even though I said black is white, what I really meant was black is kind of grayish and gray is similar to white. So really black is white. All right. And I should never have brought it up on his program. Yeah, because you got caught in it. That's why you should have never brought it up. Because in retrospect, that's beyond what the general population can comprehend. Because you all are stupid. As far as trafficking is concerned, yeah. But I can try my best to unpack it right now because you're going to understand me, right, Shane? My former abuser, the one she would meet later in her life, so the second abuser, the one we haven't talked about, had access to my Instagram account. Oh, no, not an Instagram account. Oh, my God, somebody had her password that she was fucking. Holy cow. Everybody raise your hand. How many think that their spouse has access to their account? Either because you provided it or because they're sneaky bastards and they figured out how to get in it. It's ridiculous.
Probably both.
I did not, yeah, or both. I did not always have access to it. Okay, so you don't always carry your phone with you. What's that got to do with anything? He had a lot of accounts created in my name. He made dating profiles, anything you could possibly think of, because his goal was to make money. And again, I was a photographer doing professional photography for quite a while. I have photos of my ex-wife. In fact, I just showed you yesterday on last night's stream that little baby Siberian tiger being petted. That was my ex-wife.
So am I trafficking
really?
my ex-wife now? Yeah.
I guess you are.
Yeah, apparently. Because I have a photo of her petting a baby Siberian tiger. I'm clearly must be trafficking her. So it's
And keep
insane.
Siberian tigers.
Maybe I'm trafficking Siberian tigers, not the ex-wife, right? Because his goal was to make money. Okay, honey, not every photo that you're in is owned by you. In fact, unless you took the photo, it is not owned by you. By law in the United States, the copyright ownership of a photograph resides with the person that made that photo, not the people in the photo. So somebody taking your photo and then putting it up on the website is not trafficking in no way. And in the definition we just saw, in no way is that human trafficking. Whatever
Never.
he thought he could make
years.
money and hustle, it was so. Okay, so he was hustling just like her. So, like,
Tried
literally,
to make money with her, probably, because they were a couple together.
Yeah. Now, notice this sentence. She's got 3 words right at the beginning. And there, at this point, you guys know enough analysis on sentence structure to understand what that means. So, comma, like, comma, literally, comma, in the beginning of that Malice interview, I give an actual definition of what human trafficking is. Okay, so an actual definition versus not an actual definition versus just like a non-actual definition. I go over the whole thing by the UN's definition, not just in the United States. The UN's definition includes illegal organ trafficking. See, that seems like a real trafficking thing. If you wake up and you're missing organs, yeah, probably been trafficked. That's a good t-shirt, by the way.
Organ trafficked. You've probably been.
As well as human trafficking. And anyone under the age of 18 engaged in the commercial sex is a trafficking victim. Okay, so that may be according to the UN, but it is not according to over 70% of the countries in the world. That's just again, I guess she's only talking about the UN definition. But it's not, if you go to France and you introduce somebody to a girl who's 17 years old, the way that Eliza is saying, and that girl has sexual relationships with the person you introduced her to, you're not trafficking that girl because in France, the age of consent is 16. And they actually mean it, meaning like there are plenty of people in their 20s having sex with 16, 17-year-olds in France. That's a normal thing in a lot of Europe, not just France. I'm just using France because I looked those numbers up just recently. And I always like to point out
to go on vacation.
Up until about 12, 15 years ago, the Vatican's age of consent was 12 years old. So let that sink in. I go over all this at the beginning of that interview, says Eliza. I don't know why we're cherry picking that one part that I did a horrible job of explaining. Well, yeah, you just said it. We're cherry picking it because you did a horrible job of explaining it because you're obviously trying to pervert the definition of what trafficking is by trying to figure out a way to apply it to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And then from what she said earlier, it's like, okay, so you allegedly sold yourself for drugs, your body for drugs, and then you overdosed. And then now we're into a different situation that seemingly is later where you're talking about somebody creating fake profiles of you and trying to hustle and make money. But trying to hustle and make money doing what? By selling you? Were you willingly participating in the acquiring of said money, and were you getting part of it? Like that's
bring up the our grift site for the merch real quick, will you?
The grift site for the merch.
Well, the merch store. The merch store.
Okay, yeah. So you just gotta go griftcastirl.com/merch.
It's that easy, huh? See, damn, easy. That's freaking super simple and easy.
Yeah, we made sure that it was super easy for everyone.
Scroll down a little bit. Where's the t-shirt in there? Is there a t-shirt there? Yeah, that right there. You went past it. That black t-shirt. Go up right there.
This one?
Click on that. Yeah, click on that. Now, I can't believe we have an image of a trafficked woman there, because that's a photograph of a woman, right, and it's being used to sell a product. Holy shit. That's clearly a trafficking victim. Holy cow, that's a trafficking victim. Somebody call the police right away. I can't believe that we've actually got somebody whose photograph is being used to sell something. Oh my God. This is how stupid this girl is. This is how stupid this old woman is, Eliza. Is she thinks that using a photo of her to sell something on the website is trafficking.
Yes, it is trafficking. And ladies, you can buy this flowy crop top if you want to.
Oh, you should totally
shit, we just got a subscriber.
Sweet.
Invictus Antithesis. Thanks for subscribing to the channel there, sir.
Invictus
Welcome.
Nice.
Yeah, welcome, dude. Welcome, bro.
Very good.
And then, ladies, you can definitely get this flowy crop top tee, only $27.70.
And Invictus should probably pick one of those up, in fact.
Definitely. He should definitely pull out his credit card and search that.
Makes a good gift right
now
there.
Because that's what the Griftcast is all about.
This is not a $27 t-shirt. This is a free t-shirt that you get when you do a $27 donation to us.
And it's a cute little tee. You can get it in different colors, and it's embroidered on the titty right there.
Yeah, that's right. They're not just printed.
You can show everybody.
They're embroidered.
Yeah, this is an embroidered shirt for only $27.
Oh, dude, you know what we should do? We should do t-shirts that just say the word victim on them.
But victim and then Griftcast on the back?
Griftcast on the shoulder if that's doable, or on the sleeve. And then, because I always like the up and down shit. But it should just say victim, and the big letter part of it should say victim. That would be great.
Yeah, like I even made a cheap shirt for, all the broke bitches out there that just says Griftcast IRL and Grift Hard on the back. I can make one that just says victim with no Griftcast on.
Like in as big a font as you can get it. I think that'd be awesome. That's called selling ironic product. All right, let me pick it up real quick here. All right, cherry picking. But how could I explain that situation? Regardless, even old Twitter investigated it. Old Twitter versus Elon's beautiful new Twitter. Old Twitter investigated the account that my abuser created and decided to take it down. And because of that imposer profile, I got my first meeting with Twitter corporate that Jack Dorsey set up. Oh, did she just throw Elon under the bus? Apparently, Dorsey was the one that started working on removing shit for her. Look at that.
Yeah, well, that was the San Francisco meeting that she was talking about, that the other guy said that she had a meeting with Jack Dorsey. And there's currently a picture, I guess, of me floating around, allegedly of me, I should say, that's floating around with Eliza coming from some fucking idiot that I actually interviewed, but it's actually not me, but they're saying it's me.
Yeah. So it was actually Jack Dorsey? You kind of look like him.
No, it's not actually Jack Dorsey. It was one of his friends here. Oh, here, I found it right here.
Oh, you got it?
Occupy LA. Add this to the Eliza Bleu files because it's apparently a receipt. Eliza Bleu, Jack, and Manuel DeFango originally thought this was Jack in the photo, but it's not. Thankfully for corrected the source and deleted the prior tweet. So everybody's saying that that's me. That's not me. I haven't seen Eliza since like the fucking 2008, 2009. And even more so, like, my hands aren't that white. And I wouldn't use whatever computer that person
now,
is using.
Is that Jif peanut butter? Is that what you're seeing in there?
Yeah, that's Jif peanut butter with some like I don't know, like some Gatorade and shit
it right there.
But yeah, that's Rocco Castorio, ex-employee, actually still a current employee of Vice News, who's doing his own thing, who is wrapped up with Tim Pool and putting out all kinds of disinformation and shit. Yeah. But yeah, he was saying that me at Gitmo Life, when my account was Gitmo Life, that was the account before Manuel DeFango. He says DeFucko Bucko Manuel Chavez III, like, do you know Gabe M? No, actually I'm not, but they're trying to say that I actually knew this girl and apparently was working with Jack Dorsey from Twitter. Oh yeah, if I was working for Jack Dorsey from Twitter, do you think I would have been suspended from Twitter this many fucking times? No.
Well, at this point,
no.
All right. So let's pick that
Yep.
up.
Yeah, we'll just pick that up.
So she got her first meeting with Dorsey apparently after her profile was removed. But keep in mind, her profile wasn't removed for trafficking. Her profile was removed because she said, that is a photo of me, not this girl whose name is on the profile, which is the standard thing that Twitter does. If you reach out to Twitter and say, hey, somebody else is using my profile photo, that is not me, so they need to remove the photo or you need to shut down the account. Twitter will do that. That has nothing to do with trafficking. That is not trafficking. Literally, all the bot sites out there, the bot farms that utilize Facebook, Twitter, you name it, they all do this. They all Google people's faces. If you're looking for a 20-something girl, Google 20-something cute girl, smile, whatever. And then you go to like page 10 or 20 or 50 of the search because you don't want to use a photo of the top results in Google because you'll get shut down right away. But if you go way down 50 pages and find somebody no one's ever heard of, like Eliza Bleu, and then take a photo of her head, put it on your profile, it'll probably last for 6 months, maybe longer, because no one knows who that person is. And that person isn't horribly likely to see their own face show up. But if they do, I mean, this is standard with anybody, whether it's Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook. If you can demonstrate that your actual photo is used as a profile photo for somebody else, they will shut the other account down either until that photo changes or maybe permanently.
Mm-hmm. Most of the time it's permanently.
Mm-hmm. I want to be very careful what I say, says Eliza right now. Jack and I were acquainted. Oh, she fucked Jack. And I never asked him for help because I was scared. What was she scared of? I didn't know. I was like, what's going on here? I didn't ask for his help pulling it down. I went through proper channels. Oh, okay. So she's saying she got a meeting at
Twitter corporate.
Yeah, she knew Jack personally, but she nonetheless used the proper channels to get that account pulled down. Okay. Technically, it was the only way I could report it, an impersonation account. What else would I have reported? Well, it was an impersonation account. What else would you report it as? It is an account that's used by somebody other than you that has your photo in it. That's called impersonation, not trafficking. There was no explicit human trafficking. No shit. That's literally it. Why did you talk the entire paragraph when you could have just said, no, there was no human trafficking? It wasn't like it said, I'm selling this girl. Nope. It was just connected to my Instagram and I hadn't set it up. But I wanted to let them know that I have an abuser out there that set this up. I did not set up that profile. And again, I would love to get a hands up to the question of how many people set up their own Instagrams versus had somebody else do it. Now, again, keep in mind, Eliza's in her 40s. She's a boomer. She's not some 20-year-old chick right now that
she was all over the internet in the early 90s. She definitely knows how to get on a pro platform and use it.
Yeah, fine. That's fine. Okay. But nonetheless, just merely somebody setting up her account is not at all strange. There are tons of people who've had others set up accounts for them. Dude, how many, like, most of my friends are kind of in IT or techie types over the years, and they were always having their girlfriends calling them for help, either setting things up or fixing things, or even wives, not just girlfriends. So like, it's common to, if you're not technical, but you're cute, it is very common to have somebody else do the techie shit on your behalf.
Mm-hmm. And in Eliza's situation, she would probably have somebody else do it because she can't be bothered.
She was also rich.
Mm-hmm.
She had the money. She always had the money. Her parents were always willing to supply her. She said the abuser made it so that Twitter would redirect to her Instagram, which he had control of. Now, to be clear, remember that this is what she says was taking place during the second time she was trafficked. that we're not going to talk about until the second article. So how does that work? Like, so I'm not an Instagram person. What does she mean when she says the abuser made it so that Twitter would redirect to her Instagram?
She means that Twitter would post stuff on Twitter that had links back to her Instagram. That's it.
Yeah.
They're just
like
posting
literally
links
anybody can do that. Like
Yeah,
I can
anybody
post
can
a
do
link
that
to
any
your
day.
Instagram on my Twitter without trafficking you.
No, that's trafficking in her eyes.
God knows I don't want to traffic you. So,
Yeah, and there's evidence that says, oh yeah, vote. Remember all that GG girl stuff that we saw? Vote for her, and it was like two different accounts where it was like they were promoting her Instagram because she was trying to win some content, and it's the same Instagram that was linked on her website and like multiple different places on the website. So I mean, kind of seems like horseshit.
Lucky Burrito, at this point, a boomer is anybody who's not a Zoomer. I think most millennials are boomers at this point. All right. Moving on.
I get called a boomer, and I'm definitely not a boomer.
You are a boomer.
Whatever.
Sometimes it's, so sometimes I still find dating profiles of me. She says, I didn't set those dating profiles up. So obviously there's someone nefarious going on. So with Twitter, there was no way to report human trafficking. There still isn't. Throwing Musk under the bus again. You can only report child sexual abuse material or non-consensual nudity. Isn't that what she reported for all these accounts that got blocked off Twitter is non-consensual nudity?
Yeah, that's exactly what she did. She was reporting all kinds of people that were posting pictures
so she's
of the
basically
world
admitting that I can't report the truth, so I'm just going to report the lie of non-consensual nudity because that's in there and other things aren't, so that's what I'm going to do. You cannot report straight up human trafficking. You cannot report labor trafficking. What's labor trafficking? Do we know what that is?
Slave labor, I'm guessing.
I'm going to look it up. I want the official definition of labor trafficking here. Let's take a look here. Let me share that screen real quick. So, labor trafficking is defined as the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provisioning, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, or coercion. Again, none of those three are ever actually talked about in this article. There was no force, no fraud, no coercion. For the purpose of subjugating to involuntary servitude. Okay, and this is actually an important piece. So for the purpose of subjugating to involuntary servitude, dead bondage slavery. So essentially, even if you do recruit, transport, or obtain a person for labor of services, if you don't have force, fraud, or coercion, it's not labor trafficking. If you have force, fraud, and coercion, but you don't do it for the purpose of involuntary servitude, peonage, dead bondage, or slavery, it's not labor trafficking. Like, labor trafficking has a very specific meaning that I don't think Eliza really knows, but she's willing to use the words.
Obviously. Yeah, I set up that Neva thing. I'm going to start using that. I like these little...
Yeah. It summarizes things using AI for you, and it has no tracking to Google's or anything else. I've got it as my
but I was thinking about getting an S20 Ultra or whatever, or the S23 Ultra, the Android smartphone. That's just because I'm sick and tired of not being able to split screen my phone.
You don't want to get a graphene phone?
Yeah, and then be stuck with the phone. It's got power from fucking 10 years ago or whatever. Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. All right. So you cannot report labor trafficking. That's been one of my suggestions for them because people sell people from labor trafficking on Twitter. That's not even a real sentence. Because people sell people from labor trafficking. Sorry, not a sentence. And Facebook, there's a huge thing about that with Facebook in different languages, Arabic specifically, to the point where Apple Store has threatened to pull them down because of it. So I get why people wouldn't understand that because you can't speak. But what's kind of a lot of not my problem. But that's kind of a lot of not my problem. I'm just telling the story exactly how it was. This is a dumpster fire. She can't string together two sentences to try and make a point because her brain is struggling with the lies that are in her head.
Yeah, and she can't bring anything new to the frontal lobe so that she can actually pull it out. So she's just fumbling everything that she's saying.
Incidentally, in places, actually several, not just in Saudi Arabia, but in several places in the Middle East, according to local laws, you can absolutely buy somebody. Like, that's not illegal there.
Yeah, that's just normal business for them, apparently.
Honestly, it's a thing. And probably if Facebook was more active in parts of Africa where slavery right now is still prevalent, Africa has the highest concentration of any slavery of any continent out there. It's not all in one country. It's spread among a number of countries. But it's there. It exists. So why, if it's legal in your country, you would think you could advertise on Facebook, right? I got a good used slave for sale, not too worn out, still decent shape.
Come on, buy him.
I've
heard of there being actual open slave markets that were running on Facebook. Yeah. Actually,
I believe it, man. I believe it because we're not seeing that because it's localized to a different country. There are people rejoicing now in how many Twitter followers you're losing. Oh, yeah, we break for super chats.
We break for super chats. Russell Dufresne, $20 to super chat said, it's possible Eliza is part of some deeper psyop because there seems to be powerful people behind her pulling the strings. Yeah, I think that there could be some powerful people behind her pulling the strings. I mean, yesterday we figured out that she's probably an AI and it's actually just her with her Neuralink, like fucking submitting all of these like reports and shit. She's just like, like that's what's actually going on. So like we got to expose her, dude. We got to expose her. So Russell Dufresne, $20 super chat. We love super chats. Thank you for sending us money and making the super chats what it's supposed to be. A motherfucking grift.
What do you think, Russell? Do you think that it is? I mean, is it possible? The answer is always yes. Everything's possible. But do you think that that's actually the case? Because this doesn't have to be a psyop for her to still have powerful people pulling strings. There could be people that just don't want to have a photo of themselves with her pop up. It's the same thing for anything that people want to avoid. Like, how many people took photos with Jeffrey Epstein? Like 1 billion. Everybody seems to have a photo with him. And all of those people would love for those photos to disappear, right?
Every single one of them.
Same thing with those, who's the guy that just stole a bunch of money, the investment dude, the whiz kid that was the biggest.
Oh, Sam Bankman-Fried.
That guy.
Sam Bankman.
Everybody seems to have a photo with him, and a lot of those photos are disappearing right now.
Yeah, everybody's taking their photos down.
Forget that.
Yeah, they'd like to forget knowing that guy. I've had people do that to me too. I've had a whole friend groups like leave because they didn't want to be associated with the QAnon guy or whatever.
Exactly. Wilo says in the 90s he went to Tunisia and with his girlfriend, and a dude offered me money and some goats for her. So the real question is, did you take it? Because depending on how many goats you got, I mean, it's more than one goat. A good deal. Depending on how many emotes you get, I mean, that could be worth a lot more than the girlfriend is. That's for sure.
You're not saying that you should trade it. We're just saying
not
that
saying you should have been a trafficker at that point in time. But, I mean, it's a tempting offer. I mean, goats are worth a lot.
Russell Dufresne thinks that he thinks she's part of a bigger psyop. He thinks she's part of a bigger psyop. And I don't know what it's about or who's running it, but it's something weird. Yeah.
Well, I'll agree with the something weird part. That's for sure.
It's definitely weird.
So people are rejoicing that she's losing a lot of Twitter followers, Shane says. I could lose thousands of followers. I don't care, says Eliza, the person that's always cared about being famous. Do you want to, while I'm reading this, you want to pull up her current stats? I could have 5 followers on Twitter, and I don't care. It's just Twitter. It could all go away tomorrow. I love Twitter for a lot of reasons, but she looked at one of her cowboy hats displayed inside the truck shop, thinking, How do I get Shane to buy me that? But also supposedly pregnant with Elon's kid. Oh, that's what Shane said. Oh, okay. So I read that wrong. So what is she at? She's still losing?
Oh yeah, dude, still hemorrhaging followers every single day.
All right, good.
Lost 501 today, 299 yesterday, 890 the day before. She's at 261.
Yeah, I think if nothing else, this is where the good psyop is finding bots on Twitter. Just see who doesn't stop following her. There's your bots farms right there. This is okay. So she looked at one of the cowboy hats displayed inside the truck shop. Shane says, "You're also supposedly pregnant with Elon's kid." Haha. She tries on a cowboy hat as I ask her about Tesla and Elon's baby. I love Elon, but we weren't friends previously. It's not that I wouldn't be. Oh, so she would like his kid. Okay. It's just that we really just met on Twitter Space. We've never met in person. Oh, okay. So she can't be pregnant with his kid. He's busy, so there wasn't time to become friends and have a kid, even if he desired a friendship to have a kid. Same goes for Twitter VP Trust and Safety, Ella Irvin. Actually, we met on Spaces, but we haven't met in person. Wow, Ella's really going all out for somebody. A photo of them?
Yeah, I could have swore I've seen a photo of Ella Irvin and Eliza Bleu together.
Yeah, there's so many photos I have not kept track, so maybe not. But she's claiming she's never met Ella and she's never met Elon. She's only talked to them, and yet they seem to be bending over backwards for her and changing the rules for the entire company on the fly as to why people get banned.
Says, I did some digging yesterday and found her father's address for public records and looked it up the address for the safe house she claims to have opened. There is no 2 building.
So it's literally her parents' house is the safe house, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the safe house.
And she always refers to it as my farm. I have a farm. I have 500 acres where I have a safe house.
Yeah, her farm.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, Yanaka, to kind of counter that, in this article, Shane talks about Eliza staying at her parents' ranch or their farm, but he would be staying in the parents' house. So there's got to be 2 houses there, at least. Maybe the shed is where she's living.
Or in like a barn.
Oh, okay. There you go. If it's blurred out, then that's the safe house because they will do that. So if you go to Twitter and you tell them that you are running a house for women that have been battered, women's shelter, safe house, anything like that, they will blur it out. That's a legitimate thing.
But you can also just request to have them blur your house out, and it doesn't even have to be a shelter.
Okay, well, there you go. But man, those are usually very defensive. Like one time I accidentally showed up at one of those. Like, I don't know, I'm just lost, right? I'm trying to find a buddy's house and it's a gravel road. And then so I pull up and I park my car and I'm looking at GPS. And then this woman comes out and she's like, "Can I help you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just trying to find this address." She's like, "Yeah, it's not here." I'm like, "Well, I know that. I can see that. That's why I'm trying to look for it." And she's like, "Yeah, you should really leave. This is a battered women's shelter. So if you don't leave, we're going to call the cops right now." I'm like, Jesus, all right, whatever. They're very, very protective in those things.
Yeah, they have to be.
Yeah, I mean, I could totally see like ex-boyfriends or whatever showing up. So I'm cool with that. That's totally legit. That ain't grifting, man. That's the real deal. Unlike Eliza. We drove past her house. It was midnight. The porch lights reflected off the fields of snow. She pointed to her car that was in the snow. She said it was broken down. Man, how much money did she get? Didn't you do some research, or somebody did some research about how much money she got just purely in Bitcoin?
No, like it shows that she got like $6,000 in Bitcoin, or no, $3,000. $3,000.
Oh, that's not much. I thought it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
But it's connected to an account that has $50 million in it.
How do you know that?
Because that's what the trace back goes to. That's what we
So
looked at the
So
chain
the
analytics for.
receiving account had 50 million?
No, the sending account.
Oh, well, that who cares what the sending account is? But her account, we don't know how much is in there.
Yeah, hers, we do know how much is in there. It was at one point like $3,200 something dollars, and she immediately
small number
sent it out. She immediately sent it out.
Okay. As she dropped me off at her parents' house, we got confirmation that this address had been doxed. Oh no, don't dox. I thought this would be a crazy place in the middle of nowhere to show up unannounced and hostile, but who knows? Honestly, wouldn't be surprised if they come to the house while you're here, she said. But the way the laws are here, they can't loiter. A hint that her dad had his own way to keep property secure. With a shotgun, apparently. I had arranged to talk with her parents in the morning. I wanted to hear their side of everything. Eliza told me that night. Or everything that she had told me that night. Eliza drove up the long, narrow country road back to her house, which she had told me her parents had let her live in. Yeah, so there is another property that she lives in aside from the parents' house. I felt like I was standing on the moon. It seemed as though I was the furthest I could possibly be in the United States from the tech giants. Even still, Twitter was very much present in the vast and cold fields in nowhere, Illinois. It felt as though all of the internet was an anvil or a satellite orbiting close above, monitoring my every move. Okay, Shane, now you're just getting ridiculous. That is lame. Yeah, I have to totally agree with what your original prediction was. There's nothing, literally nothing in this article that we haven't heard before. There's no dates, there's no times, there's no people, there's no places. There's nothing to substantiate any of her allegations. There's nothing even talking about sex here. There are, I guess maybe the new thing for me at least, is that there are admissions to very heavy drug use.
Mm-hmm. Heavy drug use and, possibly prostitution. But even now the second story with the supposed ex-husband that was trafficking her, that also falls on its face because she also never explained that she was ever being an escort or prostituting or anything like that there. She's just merely saying, oh no, this guy was putting my image out there and it was also a trying time in my life, which is what the fuck, man. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we'll read part 2, but so far part 1 is a big disappointment.
Yeah, so far it's a big disappointment. Now a short for Brittany Venti.
Said we should build more tunnels, put trains in them, cars or whatever. But every large city on Earth is plagued by traffic and it gets worse.
We're not seeing the video, dude. Oh, it's very small. Okay.
You have a better solution. Please tell us.
Yeah, there's no way we can make it bigger.
Eliza.
Oh, wait, break it for Super Chats. Super Chat, $10 from M4A now. Don't take this wrong because I enjoy the fluff, but if you whittle this live stream down to your analysis of her story juxtaposed to her story, you have a perfect takedown of many of the BLEU's claims she's making. Yeah, that's exactly what we've been kind of going over this
that was kind of the point, but we just want to take a long time to do it because we're trying to grift.
Yeah, we're trying to grift really hard, so please send more money.
You just gave us $10, so it totally works. Exactly.
Yeah, it works very good. Thank you, M4A now.
Oh, wait.
We appreciate your $10.
I wonder if M4A is referring to our going off on a tangent about drug use as the fluff.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that was fluff. We could probably cut that out if we really wanted to post this as a whole separate story. But also keep in mind, that's a thumbs up, so that's correct interpretation. We're also not journalists. We're not media. We are
commentators.
We're commentators. That's literally what we're doing is providing opinions.
We are opinionated bitches providing opinions for the people in the world.
Yeah, and just because we happen to be right, just makes this more fun to watch.
Yeah, we just have good opinion. We have good predictions.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry. Let me translate that for you guys. I have a large farm. If you ever need somewhere to work, our new projects with a lot of space, our new projects together in private, Please let me know. Progress is not perfection. Elon Musk unfollowed her despite her efforts to kiss ass, which is one of her favorite moves, along with being manipulative and playing victim. Like if she were a Pokemon, those would be her moves. Like she would be Meowth because she needs the move Payday. Tell me if I'm wrong here. If you guys think she would be a different Pokemon. No, I said we should build more tunnels, put trains in them, cars or whatever. But every large city on Earth is plagued by traffic and
I just want to see that
tunnels might solve this, so
again.
worth trying. If you have a better solution, please tell us what it is. And then Eliza replies, oh, sorry, let me translate that for you guys.
My lord. Bro, Brittany. But I mean, I guess she's not wrong, right?
That is I don't know who she's been having sex with, but
that's some sloppy shit right there.
That's just not how you do it. That's not how you do it.
Here, like, well, how long is that fucking thing, man?
Oh my god! I mean, she's like, okay, all right, here we go. Yeah, like
she's like, yeah, and I'm like, dude, there's like at least 5-6 inches in between her hands and her face, man.
Oh,
Jesus. And then she's obviously seeming like it's already in there. So like, this dude's got to be hung like you wouldn't believe.
No, Brittany.
If you ever need some.
She did have a live stream, I remember a while ago, where she talked about how
she was
what's
a
up
size
with all
queen.
these guys that are 6 inches long that think that they have a normal sized penis. It's like, oh my god, if it's less than 9 inches, come on, don't even talk to me about it. You saw that, didn't you?
I did see that. I was like watching, just being like, wow.
In private. Please let me know.
Please let me know.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, man.
She's funny. She's funny.
Leave it up to her to do something funny. Oh, look at that. Yep, Eliza's still losing people. She's still losing followers. And there we go. Another super chat for the Griftopia.
Hey, there
right
we go.
There. And for now, $10 super chat. Yes, I know the opinions are spot on. I'm just suggesting them, editing them out of the Grift tangent, drug tangents, and making an edited version that makes the live stream, 4-hour live stream, digestible in smaller chunks without the fluff.
Oh, yeah. So the plan is definitely to do Griftcast clips. So we just haven't started doing the clips, but the plan is very much to be able to chop up the content and clip it up. Mm-hmm.
Definitely. And we appreciate your $10. That's exactly the way that we like it. Feedback on this show. Put money on it. Give me some steak. Lunchy, you're going to get some steak tonight. Actually, she's with Sherry right now. She with Sherry right now.
No, that's awesome. Griffin.
Definitely awesome.
For the donations, baby.
Apparently, Theta Naya says 9-inch circumference.
That's significant circumference.
That is, damn. I don't know how you get that in there, but it must take a lot of lube.
Yeah.
I mean, she's still taking down followers right now, but not at a very high rate anymore. So it looks like the hemorrhaging has stopped.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, some people are just lazy.
I wonder what this AI has to say about Eliza Bleu. Oh, wow. Look at
what
that.
Do you got?
It says, Eliza Bleu Morthland is an internet personality and anti-trafficking advocate who rose to prominence in 2023 around the time Elon Musk takeover of Twitter. Her father is Richard Morthland, a farmer and former Illinois state representative who ran unsuccessfully on the GOP ticket for lieutenant governor in 2018. Recently, the Daily Beast released an exclusive piece which seemingly alleged that Bleu is not the victim she portrays herself to be, as suggested a massive attempt at cover-up. Wow, that's pretty accurate. That's pretty accurate, Mr. Roboto.
Yeah,
that's very accurate. That's pretty good, not the best. Let's see what if it ever gets into. It didn't seem to pick up anything from Mr. Shane Cashman's article. But, I mean, look at this. The reason that I said that he was trying to be Hunter S. Thompson is because you see it says gonzo journalism. This is so far from gonzo journalism. That
there's no gonzo here at all.
There's nothing gonzo about this. It's gonzo that they called it gonzo journalism. But the fact that Tim Pool thinks that he even has the ability to claim that they got gonzo journalism on their site because they got Shane Cashman, I don't know, dude. Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem like real.
Yeah.
And then, this thing, the homeless theologian, Yee. Okay. So
Hmm.
overall, I think that I'm happy that I'm right, that this was going to be a bunch of fluff that didn't basically
Mhm.
do anything. Now Tim Pool looks like a complete fucking jackass because he's like, oh yeah, we got one of our people on it. He's gonna be doing a great piece on it.
Mhm.
And you know what? It's clearly he's just gonna edge out the grift because for them, they're thinking that okay, we put this article out, it's going to satiate the feels, but you fucking know tonight on his channel, there's going to be super chats flying like you wouldn't believe. That chat's going to be moving faster
yeah.
than anybody's ever seen it move before, and it's
Hell
just going to be a complete assault on their integrity as journalists and
Mhm.
their company. So you know, Tim might actually start seeing some shakes from this one. I mean, I would be surprised if I didn't start see them actually quaking out on this one. Let's just look at Timcast. Is it Timcast? Yeah.
Mhm.
Is he losing followers? He
Nope.
is. He is.
Not really.
But not really with all the plus. He's getting some losses,
Mhm.
but you know, he seems to be growing, but
Yeah.
all I can see is that the growth is actually slowing down.
Yeah, that could be the case for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's
Yeah.
repercussions, but I think they're fairly subtle.
Yeah. Very subtle. Yeah. I think that they might be actually going down. Are we actually finally witnessing the downfall of Tim Pool and Timcast?
Oh no,
Because
that's not going to happen.
you don't think so? Why not?
No, because what Timpool is a successful YouTube channel, and drama like this isn't going to pull anything down.
Mhm.
It certainly could pull into question the booker and what the fuck is going on there, but it's not going to change anything about the actual channel because there's a different guest every single day. If you didn't like yesterday's guest, you might like tomorrow's guest. So I don't think there'll be any fear of any kind of. And Tim, he can be accused of being wishy-washy and milquetoast and not taking a stand, but these are all things that will ensure that there's no financial downside to Timcast itself. Because by not taking a stand, he's essentially saying, you guys want to play roll around in the muck of drama, you go ahead. I'm going to look forward to my next guest, who's not Eliza Bleu.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will
And I'm just
Eliza
gonna
ever be
keep
back on
moving
his
forward.
show? I don't think she'll ever be back on his show. Just like Jack Murphy. Never be back on that show.
Never be back on that show.
But-
and we break for super chats. We got another super chat through
Oh,
her.
hells
This
yeah.
email got a message, dude. It's just
No
$5,
message.
but he just threw $5
Did you
at
just
us.
forget to put a message in there, or did you just not intend to have a message? Let us know.
Well, I mean, technically for that level, he should have been able to get 150 characters on that piece.
Yeah, I think 5 gets you a message usually, typically. But
Yeah,
hey,
$2
you
gets
got
you
nothing
50
to say?
characters. $5
That's
gets you
fine.
150 characters. That's on
Okay.
that's what YouTube does, though. That's just from personal experience.
Yeah. What's $100 get you?
You can say as much as you want for $100.
Pretty much, right?
You can say as much as you want. So yeah, that's $5
Uh-huh.
pledge. So we'll just go ahead and replay that one and see if he actually drops a message into the chat.
Yeah.
But that's some honesty right there. We don't mind if you ain't got a message. Oh, he says no message needed. Good job. That's right.
Good.
Well, thank you.
Hey, we'll take the good
That was the
job. You
message
could have
right
said
there.
that, dude.
Yeah, we'll just take that on the. That's a perfect message right there.
We'll take the good job.
Half
Now,
of it is
it
just
makes
see
grifting
the
easier.
message. Yeah.
If
Oh
you're
wait.
doing a good job, the grift
wrong one.
is so much easier to do.
Exactly. I mean, if you guys give us a little thing right there,
Mhm.
you put a little message on it, that just helps us extend out the watch time like another 5-10 minutes at least. At least, and that's what half of it is about: getting watch time and grifting money off of people, but being honest about it.
Exactly.
So-
I mean, that's the whole point, is that this is the most honest live show on YouTube, because we tell you when we grift, we tell you why we grift, and we expect you to pitch in a few bucks here and there, which is the whole point of the grift. So it's everybody else pretends like the money part doesn't matter, or they pretending like they're not actually doing the money part. And we're a long ways from catching up to King Grift himself, Jeremy from the Quartering. But, we'll get there. I have confidence in this channel.
Mm-hmm. We will get there one day.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah,
Would
I don't
you
really
pay
want to look at it.
$500 for a night?
No, not at all.
No?
Not at all.
No? You don't want to look at that?
I don't like
What's wrong?
the sort of squatty chicks like that. I like them a little more vertical.
Mhm. Well, Tim Pool and Mike Circovich helped mainstream Jack Murphy. Now we have Tim circling the rankings around Eliza Bleu. Take a look who's making the 666 hand signs right out the open. In person, IMO, these people are telling us exactly who they really are. Set your eyes on God, not men. Pray. Oh, look, Sandra and Cernovich, dude.
Yeah.
It's all a
So
secret.
what is
club
that
and
supposed
you're
to
all a part
mean?
of it.
What is the OK symbol supposed to have been retranslated to now?
That's like, Hail Satan or something, because it's supposed to be like
That's Hail
666.
Satan?
Yeah, because you got a 6 and a 6.
Who came up with that?
So like, the OK is 1, but then I don't know, some fucking idiot on the internet. I'm just telling you what these people told me, okay? I'm telling you what I learned and where that comes from or whatever. But yeah, they were saying that it's like a white power symbol. They were saying it was like Nazis, and then they said it was like a demonic symbol because you can see it 6,
You can,
right?
I don't see a 666 there. I see an OK symbol.
Yeah, you see an OK symbol, but if you go, there's a 6, there's a 6, there's a 6.
Yeah, not seeing it.
You're not seeing it because you fucking follow Cthulhu, goddammit.
So what's that got to do with anything?
He would have.
Jack Murphy with his fake beard. Now here, check out my beard, right? This is how normal beards that don't have any coloring in them look. You have light color in the middle, darker colors on the outside, and then, your sideburns usually are lighter. That's typical. That's normal. You look at Jack's beard, who clearly colors his beard, and then lies about it and says, no, I don't use any beard coloring. Bullshit, Jack. Nobody's facial hair fades at the sides first and doesn't change the color in the middle. It just doesn't happen. It's not a thing. It's Jack's little way of standing out. It's just like changing his name to Murphy, because Murphy sounds somehow better than Goldstein.
Yeah, because then, he doesn't get all the anti-Jewish hate from the grapers and shit. And he can grift money off of them more effectively.
By being on OnlyFans and shoving things in his asshole. And talking about his male viewers are the ones that he's fantasizing about.
Very nice. Very nice. Very very fanciful. Gotta love that guy.
He did make a bootload of money from why is that earthquake sticking straight up like that? That's kind of,
because that's how many earthquakes have happened in the last 24 hours there.
Oh, that's all in 24 hours. What site is that? That looks cool, dude. I gotta check that out. What's the website?
It's earthquake3d.com. But yeah, that's actually what's happening right now with what the other thing we had listed on the stream with the earthquakes that are happening in Turkey,
turned up
dude.
to 11 now. Wow.
Yeah, dude. No, it's not the machine, dude. The Earth just reversed the polarity of the poles or whatever. Like the thing just stopped, and now we're seeing all this shit happening. Well, no, they said that it stopped.
No, I didn't.
Magnetic thing. So there's some weird shit going on, dude. Weird shit. You see that shit? The last one that happened was like a 5.5. So that's how many has been going on. So like the original badass one was 7.8, and then there was another 7.8 this morning, and it just keeps going. So yeah, like shit's going crazy in Turkey right now.
That is a little nutty there. I'm gonna repost this real quick.
Yeah, that's a pretty damn awesome thing. Sooner or later, there will be a 7.5
machine is in full operation. Okay.
It's like, look at this shit, dude.
That's wild.
Dude, 7.8 buildings are gonna just fucking fall apart. There's no way.
Yeah, they weren't really built to withstand earthquakes. It's not like Japanese buildings. Yeah.
What the fuck is that?
What's that?
The earthquake in Turkey looks like a punitive operation by NATO against Turkey. It says the video shows lightning strikes, which are not normal in earthquakes, but always happen within HARP operations.
Değişik yerleri ve Zonguldak'ta da benzer görüntüler kayıt altına alındı. Sarsıntıyla beraber bir top ışık hüzmesi belirdi. İşte böyle ve kayboldu. Daha önce başka depremlerde de benzer görüntüler kaydedilmişti, hatırlatın.
Yeah, that seems a bit weird.
Bile.
So apparently there's a report that it seems that right before the earthquake in Turkey, there's a huge blast of what looked like plasma coming from the sky and then hitting the ground.
Oh, baby. Damn, son. Holy fuck.
Yep.
And it's fucking snowing right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking dangerous, bro.
That is.
Yine sallanıyor bak. Hala devam ediyor. Gitme.
Damn, those people are so lucky, dude. God damn. God damn, son. Not expecting that, actually. Strange behavior of the birds right before the earthquake. Look at the birds. Birds usually circle, and most animals will circle right before there's an earthquake or any type of electromagnetic or geomagnetic event.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, wasn't Turkey the place where all the fucking animals were like going in circles and shit? Turkey, Pakistan.
Yep. Was there? Not sure.
Let's see what your little AI thinks. Yeah, this is the mystery of the sheep walking in circles or whatever. It was in China, basically. So, like,
China.
In China, they were seeing all these like sheep and other animals, but it wasn't just in China. It was like in a bunch of different other places. And then right after this shit happened, that big volcano started erupting in Hawaii. And it's like the birds are trying to warn people, you know, like, because they could sense that there's an issue. There's a problem. So it's just weird seeing when you see animals circling like that and start going away from an area before something happens, you know. If you see a shitload of animals all going in one direction, you should go in the same direction as them because they know what's up.
What if they're going in circle?
Well, you could tell if they're going in circles. I mean, dude, what is this? Nuclear power plant explosion? Oh, that was the fake one that people were talking about. That was different. People dead in the rubble, man, trying to protect their kids. I mean, this is crazy just seeing this thing. That's what it looked like. That's what it looks like now after a 7.8 earthquake. Huge amount of damage. Huge amount of damage inside Turkey's famous hotel. That was shaking for a minute straight. A minute straight. That's got to be one of the tectonic plates right there coming apart, dude. Because, I mean, that's so big. And it's so long, like, just the shearing.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, man. That's scary as fuck.
Well, you definitely
Oh,
wouldn't want to
that's
be there.
earthquake from 2020. 7.8.
Yeah.
Let's see what the actual video feed shows. Saw that one, saw that one, saw that one. Probably not safe to play that. Let's just say no such
so
thing
that
as
would be-
coincidence. Turkey rejected NATO expansion a week ago and now faces a massive
Mhm.
earthquake.
Amerikan
telling
Büyükelçisi'ne
you.
buradan söylüyorum.
The U.S. has kicked in the earthquake machine.
Hazırlığını biliyorum. Pis ellerini Türkiye'nin üzerinden çek. Çok net söylüyorum. Pis ellerini Türkiye'nin üzerinden çek. Neleri yaptırdığınızı, hangi adımları attırdığınızı, Türkiye'yi nasıl karıştırmak istediğinizi net bir şekilde biliyoruz. O pis ellerinizi, o maskeli, sırıtan yüzlerinizi Türkiye'nin üzerinden çekiniz. Bu kadar açık ve net. Amerikan Büyük
Powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Here's another building getting collapsed. I think it's that one that went down.
Yeah, the Arabian
whole
plate
view.
goes right through the middle of Turkey, so this actually makes sense.
Yeah, it's definitely a plate that's going through. All this is going on. And if you look at the initial, let's see, USG earthquake. USGS earthquakes. So if you look at the USGS thing from like over here, you can get the reports from them, and that first initial big one or whatever was literally showing a line going right across the area where the fault line was. And now it's only like a little teeny tiny piece that seems to be left over before it's going to actually go off. So it's obviously going to get a lot worse before it gets... Oh, there we go. Okay, hold on. Almost there, I think. Damn, son, they've had so many, dude. Look at this shit. There it is, right there. So, like, when you look at their files or whatever, you can see, like, the maps that they put together on what's going on. This is, like, the impact map, but this is the one right here. Look at that.
Yep.
And that's basically... Yeah, that's where the hit comes from, but you can see the plate goes basically from right here all the way down into that way. And I think it's the next one that they basically kind of show it on the population map in the same kind of area, because, like, you know, it's all the way reaching down in here into Beirut, or like they were feeling it in Beirut, but you can see right down that line is where the major impact is, and every earthquake has basically been in this area since it's started. And you can see right there where the fault lines are. You can see there's a plate coming in right there, going down right down that line, and the only thing that's separating it is here to here, which is pretty far, but considering that this thing's been basically rocking in that general vicinity area, you know, like, we got some big major event happening with the lines.
Well, an earthquake was responsible for connecting the Black Sea with the Mediterranean, because originally the Black Sea was an inland, I mean, it was a lake basically, an inland sea that you couldn't leave. And then I can't remember how many years. I think I want to say it was around 9,400 years ago or so, is when the big flood happened, and the Black Sea essentially poured out into the Mediterranean.
And that's what basically created what we're looking at now.
Yeah, it's the flood story from the Bible.
Look at that, dude. That was just from today. That thing's so big that it's rocking Aleppo all the way down.
This is not a shot from 9,000 years ago?
No. But maybe. Look at this, dude. It's massive.
It is.
And then right now, when you look at the estimated fatality for the lost pagers, 41% from 100 to 1,000, they've lowered their rating. Like originally, it was like these two were pretty much neck and neck, like on this side for the economic loss, but they're still basically saying it's going to be anywhere from probably $1 billion to, 10 billion, maybe $100 billion in damage that they're going to be going through. And it only keeps happening, right? Like they haven't stopped. The map has just been going like crazy over there, dude.
Yeah.
So those people are definitely in some major freaking trouble. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Major trouble.
Absolutely.
New baby born baby found in the rubble. The baby's still alive. Shockwaves. Look at that.
So you see, apparently it's U.S. military.
What, they think it's U.S. military with HARP operation? That sounds like disinformation. That sounds like
that
sounds like
you get
answer for that. Well, I mean, it's AI telling you about it, so who knows?
Yeah, AI can't lie. It's not programmed to lie, so it's true. Exactly. They just zap that right over there, and it causes an earthquake.
Look at this.
I'm not saying it's absolutely proven, but it's in the realm of possibility.
You can come see.
Yeah, if I was these people, I'd be fucking running.
Yeah, you think? That what year is that from? That's pretty old.
What's this from?
A jet ski.
Yeah, it just says tsunami and earthquake in Turkey. Till 12 hours ago.
That's from 12 hours ago? That doesn't look like it's 12 hours ago.
Yeah, it seems.
I'm telling you.
Buluyor. Evet, mutlu. 112 ara.
Damn, this shit's fucked up, dude. How are they even going to clean that shit up? Whole entire building collapsed into the ground. So yeah, the death toll is definitely going to be going up, man. They haven't even had time to find bodies. And I mean, they've already said it's over 1,000 people that they found. But it's going to be more. It's going to be a lot more. There ain't no way that it ain't going to be a lot more. I can't hear any audio. What's this? I can't hear whatever you're listening to. It's just no sound.
Oh shit! I thought the sound was coming through. Okay. I had the earthquake machine in here, but it turned out to not be nearly as funny as I thought. Because The Simpsons predicts reality all the time. All right, we don't want to watch that or ads.
Yeah, get YouTube.
No ads, damn it.
Red. I guess Nathan Sloatman set up Spaces to talk about the article. I wonder how many people.
Well, we already talked about it. What's the point of having Spaces?
I know, right? Let's see.
But the main
Who's
thing
in there?
about the article, well, there are a few things. Like I couldn't figure
Cherie's
out
in there
why
with 2 different
it wouldn't
accounts.
been better to have it be an actual on-camera interview.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Well, I think that we've pretty much gone through pretty much everything.
Yeah, I'm done, dude. I'm about to get some food or
hours.
something.
Yeah, it's time
This
to go
has
get
been
some
a long
food.
ass podcast here, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's not even a podcast. Stream, dog.
No.
That's what happens when you stream.
Streamcast.
Yeah, Streamcast.
Streamcast. Hey, by the way, did you listen to that little clip of the podcast yesterday? You heard everything's fixed?
No, you sent me a clip.
I sent it to you in Signal. But the podcast recording that we did live on stream, people had some trouble hearing Ben. He was kind of quiet. But everything, like I said, during the actual recording, if you can't hear Ben very well, just go ahead and listen to the episode right on the your favorite podcast app, because the audio sounds way better on the podcast.
At that time, and ran.
Well, I guess you technically, if you have a thumb that's long enough, you may not need the other hand, but generally you'd use the other hand.
Yeah, it definitely sounds a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely sounds a lot better. Well, damn.
Magic of post-production, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but live production, it's got its own things too. Well, that's super dope then. Well, I guess people are going to have to go check out the podcast. Listen to the new episode if you missed it the other day or whatever. Right. That's definitely what you should be doing. Let me go to the all episodes, actually. And then I'll post that up right there for you guys. But it's time for us to actually take a nice little break. I'll definitely be back for you guys for the nightmare news so we can see what's happening. But, as always, it's time to say thank you to all of the people that donated us that sweet, sweet cash. So, Gene, if you're out, I will see you later in your 666 hand movement. Later.
666 hand movement.
All right. And then let's just go ahead and go up over here. And we will just say thank you to every single person that donated something or did anything throughout the stream today. So first off, we're starting up with Mr. Fletch. Mr. Fletch definitely donated $5 through Super Chat, and we super appreciate that shit. And then we had M4A now with 2, not 1, but 2 $10 Super Chats that came through that we definitely appreciate you for. We definitely like it in the money. So thank you so much for your 2 Super Chats right there. That's how we keep the Griftcast going. We keep ourselves paid and laid and whatever the heck. And then thank you to Russell Dufresne for that $20 Super Chat. You see, sometimes you don't need to make a bunch. You just need to make one. And that's all you really need to do. And then as always, we had the Theta Naya coming in and being the number 1 donated today with a $199.99 super chat. That's a big one. That definitely makes the day for sure, because obviously this is a grift number 1, news number 2, and 3, me being a jackass. And as always, we also did get another super chat from our friend Mr. Grifty. Mr. Grifty dropped us out with $2, and we always thank him for coming on through and hanging out with us on this particular persuasion. But don't forget, we also sell merch, and we had Heckler buy one of our Griftcast IRL tie-dye hoodies, and we thank them for that very, very, very much. And we also had Mr. Wiley Sal getting himself a beanie and another item of merch that remains unnameless, but probably a shirt or something. So that's pretty awesome. And don't you forget, we actually did get a subscriber during the stream. His name was Invictus Antithesis. And we very, very much love our subscribers coming on through here, joining the Griftcast IRL stream. So with that, we're pretty much going to be done for the evening. I hope you guys had a pretty good day, because I had a pretty good day. Damn straight. Goody day of grifting. And we're happy to be back tonight for another good day of grifting. So make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe, share this thing with your friends, consider becoming a member, and definitely send me some of them super chats. And as always, you can check us out on our super sweet websites, griftcast.com and griftcastirl.com. Griftcast just takes you to all of the links that will let you follow us, subscribe to us, do all that good stuff. And then if you go to Griftcast IRL, you can hit the merch store. You can check out our streams. You can even send us direct donations outside of the YouTube, Twitch, Twitter monopoly. But at the end of the day, thank you very, very much. The pleasure has been all mine to be here with you guys, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. Be well, and we'll definitely be seeing you guys again this evening. Thank you very much, and I hope you guys have yourselves a very blessed day. Very blessed day. And now, time to go. Time to go. Time to go.
Whatever we do, change comes. Coming with the implosion of our imperium, and it's coming with the rapid degradation of the ecosystem itself. And it's nothing we can do to stop it. How we cope with this change? Will we respond rapidly? Will we learn to speak to the world with a new humility and recreate structures within our own communities for sustainability? Or will we continue to live in illusion? And in a way, it's a matter of awakening ourselves to our new reality and responding to it.